Good afternoon. I found a very cool podcast with Mr. Frank Miller, and we're going to listen to that because I want to listen to it, and I will work while we're listening to it, and we can discuss. Let me make sure my YouTube is loaded up and streaming. Yesterday we did 5.5 hours of sketching goodness. Let's see. So we're not. Doesn't look like we're live on YouTube. I can't explain why. So we're not. Doesn't look like we're live. So we are live. It's just that it doesn't say live on the YouTube. Okay. Good to know. So some notes to myself. Episode number. Alrighty. Notes to self. One person in the room with me. It must be Ramona. Look, my appointment didn't go through, so you can start with Jeff. Okay. Let's start with Jeff. Jeff with skateboard and lots of webs. We're going to do 200. Does that sound good, Ramona? Black and white, right? Do you want me to create a specific item for you? I'm glad to do that for you. We'll call it the Ramona Special. Ramona Jeff team up. I'll toss in lots of webs. Shipping profile. Are we going to Netherlands? Let's discuss how we're shipping, and if I should add anything special to your package besides super packing, or remember when we combined multiple items? What was that website? Zoop. When we did the Zoop, and I combined multiple items. Allow offers on this listing. No, confirm. That's going to acid. Don't forget the Spidey puppet or balloon. Yes, I will review. We'll review the notes on the show. Let's see. So let's go to the buy it now. Right at the top, I see 000 Ramona Special. Lots of webs. Don't forget the Spidey puppet or balloon. No, it's going to acid. Yes, I had a big package. LOL. You had a lot of different items, if I remember right. One was a large piece. Thank you, Ramona. Let's break out the Jeff blanks. Here they come. Vacuum sealed in a lead line safe. Nuclear bomb proof. I'm going to pick out the best copy. Ta-da! Oh, I should have cued some music for it. Ah, slow on the draw today, I can tell. We didn't sleep much. The planets are aligned. I checked my telescope yesterday. Jupiter and Saturn fell into perfect alignment. And then the telescopic lens came into place, and that's why I couldn't sleep. The light beam from all the planets shone through my window and reminded me this is the Ramona signal. We got to do this. Look at that beautiful blank. Isn't it great? Yeah, I'm not sure. Now that I think about it, I probably didn't need any reference, did I? Here's Jeff. Here's a whole book full of pictures of Jeff the Shark by Toki Tokoro. Toki Tokoro. There he is. Look at this cute bastard. What a sweetie. You must have this one already, right, Ramona? The actual non-sketch cover version. We're going to review. Isn't that interesting? This line quality is interesting. It looks like it was drawn on very porous paper, and it looked like it was drawn on a very small size and then blown up. Because this line work is very hairy. Maybe it was intentionally done that way. I'm not sure. Some hairy line work there. Interesting. It suggests that the paper was soaking in the ink, so you don't get your line work isn't as clean. Um, but it doesn't generally look like that unless your paper is particularly old and porous, or unless you were working very small and then blew the image up. Oh, me and my worthless information. No one else noticed that except me, I'm sure. It actually happened in the Cousteau book that I did. A couple of the Cousteau books I did digitally. And so I reduced and enlarged certain kind of parts of images and stuff like that. And it changes the line work, and it makes it look, well, it makes it look less, makes it look less organic and more like it was worked on in a computer. So I have similar issues with some of my work as well. Learning process. All right, let's have a look at Ramona's email, and we will get keynotes. Let's see. Ugh, too many emails. I only want one email, and that's from Ramona, but I have a lot of emails. There she is. Ramona! Ta-da, ta-da. Let's review. Here we go. Jeff on a skateboard. Spidey in puppet form in the front, like he's riding along, like he's riding, what do you call that? Shotgun? Riding shotgun. Spidey in puppet form. Puppet Spidey. English Bulldog on a board. Just to kind of show me, I guess, reference for skateboard. Very, very helpful. Oh, and there's a little Jeff with stuffed Deadpool toy. That's how I want Jeff to stand on the board. Would love for him to wear a shirt. So Jeff is not really four-legged. You want him to be on all fours on the board, like his tail and his two fins? Because that's not what I see in my head. It's helpful if you share your ideas so I don't disappoint. One is Jeff with a Deadpool puppet. That's the form I would like for Spidey. He's Jeff's stuffed toy. Let me collect these pictures. I don't seem to have them. It'd be very helpful. I put all the reference in one folder, so I don't have the bulldog. Okay, here's another Ramona email. I like Classic Jeff more than the Marvel game, so he sent me Classic Jeff reference, which is close to this. Doesn't need to be standing on the skateboard. Okay, very good. Thank you. You may have him sit on it, enjoy himself, like in one of the pics. And for the Spidey, you can do a puppet sitting on the board or make it a balloon. Maybe you can make the skateboard Spidey themed and let it shoot webs. That's a great idea. I like that. Skateboard shoots webs. Jeff is always about having fun and mischief. As long as you can catch that, it's all good with me. Jeff Verse, and these pictures I've already got, so these are cool. Jeff. Oh, Jeff. You're such a land shark, Jeff. And then 5 pictures. Can you remind me what your concept was again? Yes. Maybe read the previous emails. Okay. I'm paying attention now. Let me make sure the AC is on because it's getting warm in here thanks to the light, I think. Okay. Josa or Hosa says Jeff the Spider Shark. Ramona says ha ha ha. Nope. L ha ha ha. I've got a few blanks too, says Ramona. I bet. Hosa says Ramona, I saw someone did a Dr. Octo Jeff. That would be interesting. It's intentional, says Ramona. He played with the art. I didn't want to cosplay because a lot are doing that, but it will have Spidey references. A lot of people are doing Jeff dressed as Spider-Man and other characters. I personally have not seen that, but I believe you. I added a pic with DP Puppet. Got it. See the email from 2 days ago with the Jeff references. He doesn't have to stand. You can make him sit, lay down on his belly or back, whatever. Ramona's laughing because I don't read emails thoroughly. They love to give him costumes. Oh, interesting. All right, let me just soak in some Jeff. Yeah, he's kind of a chubby little shark, isn't he? And he's got legs. He's got legs and limbs, fingers, digits, like unlike sharks, instead of fins. That's nice. He looks like a Pokemon. Oh, there's Jeff the Sharkymon. I just found a whole bunch of pieces that I had planned on making prints of and then forgot about. I got a lot of work to do, folks. Let's see. Jeff. Jeff verse. That doesn't even roll off the tongue well. Jeff verse. It's Jeff. How fun. All right. So I'm going to do a blue line layout. I'm going to share it with you. And if you hate it, the blue line stage is where you say, I hate it. Hopefully you'll be able to read it, first of all, because blue lines are very faint. But as soon as I read your email, a picture came into my brain. So I'm going to get that out of my brain. And if it works for you, awesome. And if it doesn't, that means I'll just have made room for more ideas after I shared my first idea. So give me 1 second. I'm going to trim this guy. Hopefully Rod's not in the room to scold me for not having a pencil holder. Rod also doesn't like the blue, right? That's right, he doesn't like the blue, the non-repro blue. Just do Joe. It worked for Kanto. Okay, I'm gonna need silence. So no podcast just yet. I'm gonna break this down, get the design together, and then we'll play things. It's been a long time since I've drawn a skateboard too. Okay, hopeful. Geez, I like it better when both his legs are off the skateboard. I'm gonna do something. Okay, so it gets a little clunky in here as far as me expressing my ideas, but let me see if I can get this down. Need some tail reference. Not much of a tail. Okay, good to know. From legs to tail. Very helpful. Okay, here's my sketch idea, Ramona. You still floating around? What do you think of this idea? So he's kind of on the skateboard and they're kind of on this web pathway above the city and they're just having a hopping good time. It's fun. Yes. You like? If yes, I will move on. If no, I will try something different. Isn't that fun? Isn't that Jeff? Jeff is fun, right? Yes, you understood. I understand this assignment. Okay, so now he does have gills. That's good to know too. Cool. So need to tighten up Jeff's body a little bit. He doesn't have nostrils like. Yes, he does have nostrils. Good. He does have a nostril like a shark does. He's very cartoonish. You're right. We can cheat the length of his tail a little bit. Sometimes it comes right out of his legs, but here it's a little bit longer. I like the longer vibe here. That way I can get, where'd that shot go? Shit. Yeah, that way we can get that tail shape a little better if we just cheat it a little bit. I just want to make his mouth bigger. His nose is a bit pointier, I think, Joe. Bit too round now. Yes, much better. Ange is greeting Ramona. Do sharks have navels? Probably not, right? Please don't make him too chubby. Is he chubby? He looks chubby to me. I mean, in the reference. From the Philippines. Ange is in the Philippines. Wow, it's late. Can't sleep tonight. He is, but not fat. Haha. So, is this good? If I start inking now, does this work for you? I think I was drawing his legs too long, so I made them a little stubbier. I think he's a bit too round at the upper side. The upper side. What's the upper side? His head? His belly? This part? His belly is too small and round. too small and round. So his belly shouldn't be round. Oh boy. Look at the first page of the comic. He's on his back. He looks chubby to me. He looks chubby. This is a line that defines roundness. And that's what I see here. Oh boy. Should I just do that? I want something like that. Right into his leg. I don't know. We need this. We need this line to separate his belly from his tail. We need this line to define his leg. Instead of bending inward, make it round. It was round though. It was too round. How's that? Better. Better or good? Better as in needs to be improved or good? His body seems too small. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm Jeff worthy today. This drawing is 75% head. I don't see a body in that drawing. This body seems too small. Just trying to work with a reference. Granted, I don't have a lot of Jeff experience, but his head is 1/2 to 3/4 of his body. In the drawings that you sent me. Optical because of the lines? I'm not sure. Maybe the planets aren't aligning after all. Um, Well, let's keep at it. My instinct is to make his head bigger, actually, even though it's falling backwards. My take is his head isn't big enough. That's why his body is off. Why is his body off? I might have to spend some time drawing Jeff on the side. I don't think I'm far off from that. Poor Ramona. It's not working out for you. I can feel it in your texts. He has no body there. His head is 3/4 of his body. Easily more than half of the length of his body. So I've got that's his head. I'm definitely more than half. I'm definitely more than half the length of his body, but it feels like his head in this drawing needs to be larger to me. I'll mess around with it 15 minutes. No obligation. If you don't like it, we'll bounce it. I'll give you a refund. That's not a big deal. But my instinct is to do this. It wouldn't be the first time that I had trouble drawing other characters in another person's style. So it happens. If you just don't get the style aesthetic, it's not anybody's problem. It's not anybody's fault. It just happens. See, I can't draw Scooby Doo to save my life. Just a language, a visual language that I just don't get, and that happens. Here's a couple drawings where we don't see his bottom. We don't see his chin. No chin. Clearly a chubby body. Chubby body. So maybe that's it. We skip the chin. We skip the chin, which is down in here somewhere, and we just got a chubby body. Maybe that's what we're looking for. I don't like that. I don't like that. But he is kind of bent. He is kind of curled up this way, so I do like a little belly. You know, this part of his body is in front of. This part of his body is more in front of. More forward than his head, but his head is super large, 1/2 to 3/4 of the proportions of his body, so you can't argue with that. So I think that's where I'm at. And then, yeah, I got that idea right. Where the underbelly color doesn't touch his arms, because I kind of had that here, but I used a pointed shape instead of a curved shape. Okay, I got that. I think this is where I would go. So if this is something you don't like, Ramona, it's perfectly fine. There's no hard feelings. You're a member of the VIP family here. This is where I would go, probably. Do the round line like before, straight from the head, from arm to leg. From this arm to this leg. Yes. Bit rounder. Rounder this way. Lose the line. Lose this line. Better. Not great. Okay. Uh, if you're not 100% satisfied, I'm going to call it here. I'm going to move on to something else and get you a refund. No hard feelings. Much better. So if it's not 100%, I don't want you to settle on something. I actually think I can run with this and sell this. But I have other sketches I want to do first. I'm not feeling your satisfaction, Ramona. Gotta have a line here. But do we need the whole line? Maybe that's something. Yeah, I don't like that at all. have we no Jeff drawings where he's got both his legs up? Hmm. Okay, there's something. They are totally cheating the tail. Maybe what if I cheat the tail? If I cheat the tail, I wanted the tail on the skateboard, like he was, like his tail was what was. He's standing on the skateboard with his tail. But let's cheat. Let's cheat the tail. Okay, I put the tail over here. I don't like it already. I can see that I don't like it. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work with the composition. I can already see that I don't like it. All right, so where's my undo button? I want the tail here. That's just my thing, man. That's just me. The tail has to go onto the skateboard. So there are no drawings of Jeff where the tail is below his legs. Weird. Any in the reference that you gave me? Let's see. Nothing. Yeah, if I do that, I don't like that line. I don't like a lot of lines. I like this line defining his tail. I like this line, his bottom fin. I like this line, his top fin. I like this. That may be the accurate way to draw his body, but I don't want to do it that way. Put it away and let me look for a reference in that position in my comics. Okay. Okay. I'll stick with it if you want to stick with it. Like I said, wouldn't be the first time I didn't get something. I like this line going across like this. I like this line going down there. I like this line going down there. Could try another pose altogether. Just have him sitting on a skateboard. Yeah, this looks like a fan drawing. because their line is not, they've got a tail under his legs, but this line is not good. Mine suggests he has a rear end in his front. But that's something interesting. Let's find a seated Jeff. Here we go. Let's try something simpler, less involved. I'll cut my brain down a little bit. I could try transferring a drawing. can try something like this, which will allow me to not have to figure out the style. I can just kind of work with the style, one of the reference pieces that he gave me. Something like this one. I'm kind of working with this guy, so I can kind of better, I can transfer this drawing onto the page, and then he kind of looks like he's seated. He could be seated on a skateboard there, and we could put the spider doll in the front, just like the other one. Love that too. Okay, so let's run with this one for a second. Let me print this out and transfer it. Hold on a second. That way there's no problem with the proportions. Okay, give me a second. I'm not sure what's going on. What's going on here? Okay. So if we want him to be roughly 4 inches across. Okay, give me a second. What happened? That's not what I wanted. Mm-mm. I want your Jeff, not a copy. Yeah, we'll lay down the I'll lay down the drawing and then I'll work with it. That way we avoid things like he's too fat, he's too chubby, whatever. We'll have a Ramona approved image, and then I will mess with it using the idea that I shared. But first, let's get the Ramona approved image together. He looks different in many different drawings, actually. This fin is quite large compared to some of the other pictures I've seen. It's all good. You just run with it. So this arm is super long compared to this one, right? So I'm gonna just gonna do that because I want his. Oh, interesting. I want his arm to be placed on the skateboard. Okay. Shouldn't have done that. I should have taped this down first. His teeth are a little different in this drawing too. I don't mind them, but they look less like shark teeth. But once again, it doesn't matter. If they look cool, you work with it. I like the graphic tongue. Okay, so let me just nail this down before I lose it. Spidey figure, the Spidey toy fits right in there like that. And then you get the skateboard. And then we can still get our webs. Maybe he's spinning webs, but we can get our web bridge to the stars. And what if he were holding the Spidey figure instead in his hand? And the Spidey figure was spinning webs. You get more webs up in here. Ramona, do you have a preference? Can you make this out? Or you could have two figures. You have a Deadpool and a Spider-Man. Ramona says no, and then okay. What did I miss? The artist has been drawing Jeff for a long time, and yes, he's never the same. Love this, says Ange. Oh, that's also good. Well, I know that Ramona likes she wanted some my webbing in there, so I'm trying to find a space in here for more webs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to I want to see more of those wheels. I think this position is easier for you. It's not a matter of if it's easier for me. It's a matter of if you like it and you are satisfied with it. I like both. Well, well, that's a thing. Sorry. Well, one is the Ramona approved image that you gave me for reference, and I'm kind of riffing off it. It's not the same. Look at the size of that arm. Doesn't matter that the arm is wrong. What matters is this is an image you gave me to use for reference. So I'm transferring this drawing in, and then I am kind of adding my little touch to it. So if you're cool with it, if you're like, oh my God, I can't wait to pay the shipping across the Atlantic and get this in my hands, then we're on to something. If you're not, then we have to discuss. That's what I'm saying. So I'm throwing some ideas at you, and you can choose one, or you can buy both and have two different Jeff the Shark things. But just give me your thoughts. If you're not crazy about any of them, then that's something also. And like I said, it happens. It has happened in the past. It doesn't happen to me a lot. In 30 years, I can think of uh, 2 times when people are like, well, this wasn't what I pictured. And so this can be my third time, and it's no big deal. We'll all move on. So, but I welcome your feedback. It's your piece. You're the director. I've always said, remember, I have 99. If somebody comes to me with an idea, it gives me, I can come up with 1,000 ideas, and you'll hate 990 of them, and you'll be okay with like 5 of them, and then you'll be crazy about one of them. So I always ask people to, narrow it down. You've been good so far. Asking something you're not used to drawing. I have a I have a little bit of an ego in that I know what I like to see. And so what I like to see is what I like to see. But that's not always what the client or the customer likes to see. So that's why I always need the customer to say, this one floats my boat. This logo up here is clunky and leaves a lot of space. So if we were going to if we were going to use this figure here in the foreground, there's a lot of clunky space. So my brain likes to fill in clunky space with stuff. And when the stuff is there, it makes things look like this clunky space was intentional. So I kind of like the figure in Jeff's hand or on Jeff's hand spinning webs. That's where you get all kinds of cool webs. But I also love this little guy in the foreground. He's totally pumped. So this guy, however, is not necessary for the composition. He's actually better if we get rid of him. That way, I can move these wheels up more because I want to see I want everybody to know that this is a skateboard, and I want everybody to see the wheels more clearly. So if this guy goes away, I love this guy, but if this guy goes away, I can bring the front of the skateboard up, and I can bring these wheels up, and then I can put him, and then you get more webs because you mentioned that you wanted more webs. See, look, webs. The skateboard isn't shooting webs, but baby Spider-Man is shooting webs. So you get your webs, you just don't get skateboard webs. Although maybe I could have some webs shooting out of the front. See, I can go all day with this stuff. I can have some webs shooting out of the front. You just won't see a lot of them. And those webs could obscure the wheels of the skateboard, making it hard to read. So I love my instincts all the time. And so my instinct is, if Ramona wants to see a bunch of webs, let's have Spider-Man stuffed toy shooting webs up in here. It makes the whole composition kind of work better. Go with your instincts. Well, you don't want me to go with my instincts. That's why we're doing a second one. You have to tell me what you're interested in, what you're most interested in. My instinct was to do this one. And so let's go with this and tell me what you want from here, and then I can run. Like I said, I've got 990 bad ideas that you're not going to be happy with. So this is where Ramona steps in and makes a decision because you're paying for it. It's your thing. If you don't like either one, that's cool. I can have fun with all of them. It doesn't matter. Go for it. So what am I going for? What am I going for, Ramona? Do you want the Spider-Man stuffed toy here spinning webs, or do you want the Spider-Man toy here sitting in the front? You're giving me stress. I guarantee that if I finish this drawing in black and white, you probably would be like, "Oh, I wish I hadn't paid $200 for that." So now we come to the place where you have to direct me a little bit. In the front, I'll take both. So this guy, okay, I'll throw in this guy. I'll throw in this guy because you're Ramona, and I'm giving you stress. I'll take both. If you want both pieces, we can do that too. And then you can decide when you get them both in your house. And I've got what three other Jeff I got three other Jeff covers. I can do more, and you can buy all of those too. Clean me out of my Jeff covers. Am I going to finish this one? I'm this far. I would at some point, yes. I'm not sure if I would finish it today, but much like the other sketches that I do that don't sell here on the stream, I would probably finish this and take it to a show or put it on Whatnot or something like that. But I'm not sure I would finish it today. It would go in the pile of stuff to finish. Show me first because I don't want another person to run with my idea. Okay. So you're going to pick this one. You want Deadpool toy and Spider-Man toy. And then you want to see this one when it's done. Okay. Ramona wants first refusal. That seems to be worth something. I love the skateboard one with the toys. That's both of them, Ange. Ange, pay attention. Okay. So we're going with this guy. Life in the Fast Lane with Ramona and Jeff the shark. Here we go. So we got Deadpool toy. Let's have a look at our Deadpool toy. Oh, the Deadpool toy, he's got his hand cut off. Let's run with that. That's fun. The second sketch, I believe, has the Ramona feel to it. Ramona has a feel. What am I missing? I think that if I were hired to work at Hanna-Barbera in the 1970s when they were making Scooby-Doo, well, first of all, I don't think I would have been hired, but if I were hired, I think I think I would have been fired because I could probably draw Shaggy and Velma and stuff, but Scooby Doo is just uh, I don't understand. Of course, I've never drawn Scooby Doo. I don't think I've ever drawn him in my life, but I don't know where to start with Scooby Doo. He's such a foreign. It's a great design. It's a dog, but he's all lanky and bony, and I just don't know where to start drawing Scooby Doo. The chewed off hand is so fun, right? That's why I sent it to you. Haha. Did Jeff chew off his hand? Scooby Doo is also very cartoonish, like Jeff. This indeed have my feels, like Ames said. Jeff is like a dog. Haha. All right. Let's do some inks. Moving forward. I think Jeff chewed his hand off. I used to have rubber toys, and I used to chew on them, so I can relate. There's a little web shooter in the front. Jolt and Johnny in the house. How was your Heroes Con? What was the overall experience for you? Hey, Coaches. Johnny Lucas. It does sound like a Western, a classic Western hero, like Wyatt Earp. Doc Holliday, Johnny Lucas. It worked out pretty well. Made some sales on Sunday that took it from Matt to good. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I I had a Matt to good experience as well. I got a couple of commissions after the show that helped to pay the some of the expenses. So that worked out good. In other words, if I wasn't at Heroes Con, I wouldn't have gotten those commissions. So worked out well. I don't know if Ian told you, but we found a way into the facility that was pretty close to our hotel, and it actually, once you got into the facility, you came out right by where you and Ian were. You weren't too far from Ian, right? So we were like, once you entered the building, and then there was some stairs down, and you go into the building, and then you take a right onto the main show floor. And Ian was like 20 feet away from the entrance, so I can tell he liked that. He liked being close to the exit. He said it backed up to the, he told you, yeah. It's little treats like that make your weekends. Thankfully, I had enough pre-orders to pay for the trip. Oh, that works out well. Yeah, he said it backed up to the hotel. It's awesome. Too damn hot to be out in it. Oh yeah, it is warm all over. I want a toy that spins webbing. Where are you up there near the fires? I think we got some fire residue. I'm just outside Salem, Mass. And today is fine, but the last 2 days are really overcast. And the sky was like yellow green. It was uh, kind of, it seemed like wildfire kind of haze all around. So I think we got some of it, but I don't know where they're coming from. I looked on a website. I didn't see any wildfires in my area. But maybe I missed it. Are they in Canada, maybe? I thought you were Canadian for some reason. No, I'm not Canadian. I have Canadian relatives. All right, so it's almost time to erase my pencils. I don't like to work a lot with the pencil still on the page. So we get the basics down here. Where's Ramona? Is she still around? St. Pierre probably gave me the impression. Yeah, I have my grandfather's from Quebec area. So no surprise there. There's actually a lot of St. Pierre's in this area where I live, but none of us are related. I'm not from this area. I'm from upstate New York originally. But there's a lot of St. Pierre's in this area. And there's a couple Joe St. Pierre's too. I haven't met them yet, but we share the same name. It didn't happen to me a lot. Enjoying it now. No more anxiety. No anxiety. Never any anxiety. Just communication. Good communication. That's all. I once had a gig with Taco Bell. Yeah, that Taco Bell. It was a Halloween promotion of some kind. And they were giving away these toys. They were like hands. I don't know if the hands gripped or if they were just plastic hands. I forget. But that was the assignment, to do like a display, an illustration for a display of these toy hands. And the art director was like, oh, we got these hands. We're trying to sell these hands. So, maybe do an illustration and, oh, have fun with it. And so I had fun with it. And then the art director sees the finished piece and he goes, oh, I thought it would be more like this. Have fun with it. And I was like, I did have fun with it. And why didn't you tell me that you wanted it more like this in the beginning? You would have gotten this. It's always helpful. Should I have mentioned Taco Bell? Is that not kosher? I don't know. That was the gig. It was Taco Bell. And they're like, I did have fun with it. What's your problem? You don't think I had fun with it? I had a good time. I was drawing monster hands, Wolfman hand, the traditional vampire hand, claw, Frankenstein hand, green with bolts in the wrists. I didn't do the designs for the hands. They gave me the designs for the hands. All I had to do was do a fun illustration of the hands, like in a graveyard or something like that. I'll have to dig up the piece. I haven't seen it in a long time. And he was like, yeah, I wanted it more like this. And I don't even remember what he was saying, what the feedback was, but it was like, if you wanted that, talk to me about that. And then I can run with it from there. And I can have fun with it that way too. So good. So it's all about communication, is my point. Did you draw the Chihuahua? It was long before the Chihuahua came along, if I remember right. But I don't know what year was the Chihuahua. I was in upstate. I was living in upstate New York, and it was before I met Sonia, so it was probably early 2000s. I'm old. I have a long career. I have a lot of clients that have told me what they like, and then they got it, and they were very happy. I had one. Did a magazine illustration for I think it was Sound and Vision, but it's a double page spread of these, like, I think they were car stereo systems. Remember car stereos? You used to pop in and out of your car because people would break into your car and steal them. I told you I had a long career. I don't even, do they even make car stereos anymore? So I did a double page spread of car stereos. It was like a three-headed monster, three different car stereos on top of this giant spider monster, and it was like raging through the city. And I handed it in double page spread when it was finished, and the guy gave me $250 more than we agreed on. It's like, this is really good. Okay. I had to give you some directions. But it still has to be you because we asked you to do a piece for a reason. It was already there in 1999. The Chihuahua was in 1999, so I didn't draw the Chihuahua. So I was in Aruba and got acquainted with Taco Bell. Oh yeah. Did, did you contribute to the ocean waste? The last time I ate at Taco Bell was on the Deathmate tour, which was 1994. And we were on a bus going from one signing to another, from one retail store to the other, doing signings. And we stopped off at Taco Bell because we were on the road in between signings. And we stopped off at Taco Bell. That was the last time I ate at Taco Bell. Yes, the fronts you put in your bag, but forget to take off. Haha. Acid said I'm famous. Why are you famous? Because of my avatar picture? Or are you the Chihuahua in Taco Bell? Not my thing. Haha, I don't like fast food that much. Me either. Was there a bathroom in the bus? Not enough bathrooms in the bus. Man, I got Taco Bell from my kids the other day and it was $32. Wow, what did you get? A taco? No, the avatar. Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know what you call that. The face, the picture on your account, right? That's Acid, everybody. If anybody hasn't met Acid in person, when you go to my Joe St. Pierre art page, account page on Whatnot, that's me and Acid from Heroes Con. Acid is the Chihuahua. Yeah, totally. Oh, definitely not $32 worth. They scam me. Did they stick you up on the way out? Oh God, here we go. Before you leave, give me $32. Yeah, thanks for shopping at Taco Bell. Now, before you leave, give me all your money. I haven't. He doesn't want to meet me. Ramona, why wouldn't Acid want to meet you? I felt like I was robbed. Yeah. Ramona said, Acid, better make some at home, lol. Acid says, guess there are different prices if you use the app. Oh, really? Ever going there again? Oof. Just kidding, Ramona said. Acid's a man if the, of the people. LOL. You're a man of the people. You guys don't go changing. You make my day. Yeah, I got to say, we got a couple decent restaurants here in Danvers. We kind of have to go to Boston to get some of the better quality restaurants, but we don't often go to Boston, I'm sorry to say. It's so convenient, too. But I'm finding that I like the food that we make here at home much better than what we find out where we live. We made a ginger chicken soup the other day, which was freaking great. This looks great and good choice, Ramona. Gotta have some Joe Webb's. Take care, buddy. Good seeing you in Charlotte. Have a great stream. Same to you. Give everybody a plug. When are you on next? If you haven't left already, I usually do Sundays, right? That's why I never see you because I'm rarely on Whatnot on Sundays. Follow Jolton Johnny. Texas native said, "Is this a commission piece?" Yes, for Ramona. Not a Spidey cosplay, but Spidey stuffy and lots of webbing. Acid says, "Best webbing in the business." Ramona says yes to Texas native. Yeah, he can do it all. Pretty sick, says Texas native. Tonight and Sunday. Tonight? You're on tonight. Oh, what time? And I have another sketch. I'm gonna tease Ramona. Another. I have another Jeff the Shark sketch in development. See the webs I can do in my sleep. No challenge there. The webs you can never get wrong, too. You draw as many lines as you like. But Jeff, sometimes you can get Jeff wrong. You gotta have just the right proportions. Later, Gator. See you later. Follow Jolton Johnny, you guys. Hey, by the way, did I get to 2,100 followers? I'm trying to get to 2,100 followers. You guys gotta follow me. I suppose if I did a giveaway, would I generate followers that way? Would people come in? Would they know I'm giving something away? I don't know. I've only been on this thing 3 years. Well, that will probably be mine since it's my idea. Ha ha. You sound like my wife, Ramona. Sonia often comes up with cool story ideas, and so I'll be like, "Oh, that's a cool idea." So I'll grab my I have an idea book and a sketchbook, and I'll grab my idea book and I'll start writing her ideas down. And she's like, "That's my idea." And I'm like, "I'll give you credit if I ever use it. I'll give you credit." Should I put when I sign it? Should I put Ramona's idea? I'm tempted to throw some Taco Bell on this one. Like he's just having a skateboard festival. Throw some Taco Bell and then give him the Hershey squirts underneath on his. Here we go. Inappropriate. Give him the Hershey squirts on his skateboard. And these are some of the ideas that people will not like. You see? Gave him a follow. Thank you, Ramona. Acid says they wouldn't know but to givey. Goblins would definitely come. 13 away. All right. Credit is also good. This is cover worthy. Do that. So you want me to put Ramona's idea in here somewhere? I'll sign it and I'll say thanks, Ramona, for the idea. Or I'll say Ramona. Well, you can sign it when you get it at home. So my idea. Jeff loves food. Look at that. The Taco Bell. It fits. That was my idea. Taco Bell is my idea. Do 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 do. Okay, time to erase before I start going in with details. Are we having fun yet? Let's see. Deadpool loves tacos. Yeah, he loves chimichangas, right? Rob did a piece where Deadpool was cutting people's heads off with tacos. Yeah, that, why am I not surprised? Christ. Was that right after he finished the Mo Dick drawing? Oh, God. See that DP stuffy with one hand, ha ha. Ramona said, no, the tacos. Not my name on your sketches. I don't like personalizing. No, I would say Ramona's idea. It would be like a note. I wouldn't say to Ramona. In other words, I just followed your idea. It's not my idea. This isn't my concept. It's yours. I could also put like a graphic light bulb and then Ramona. That means it's your idea. Oops, missed the spot. So Jeff chewed Deadpool's hand off, and Deadpool's hand will grow back at some point, right? Rod's a Madman came out great. Is the taco sketch yours by any chance? After yeah, haha, I got a Modic print. No, did he actually do a Modic print? I suppose he had to. Ramona said, "What's Modic?" I'll let Acid explain that one. I sent you a pic. That's the best. That's the best way to do it. DP grows all back. No, it wasn't my taco sketch. Yeah, hollow foil. Hollow foil Modic. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. Okay, I'll tell this story. I'm sure Sonia is gonna be very upset for me telling. But I just want to tell the story. So I had this gig with Corporation Kraft, the food company, and I designed a superhero character to represent the product. It was like a snack cracker slash cookie. It was a cracker, but it was like chocolate flavored and strawberry flavored and stuff. But, um, so I sent, we were designing the costume, so I would send, 4 or 5 sketches, and then we would choose one direction from those 4 or 5, um, and then from there you'd keep fine tuning it, the details of the boots and stuff like that. And for some reason, the art director was she was obsessed with the size of the superheroes' reproductive organs, and I mean, I come from superheroes, mainstream superhero land. I don't draw anything crazy, uh, but every single time that I would submit, these costume ideas, I would get a note, make his genitals smaller, make them smaller, and every time I would get the note, I would make them even smaller. And there wasn't really anything there to begin with. I mean, you guys have seen a million of my drawings here on the stream, right? And it's not like I'm drawing Modic. So just for the hell of it, I was like, this person is obsessed with, the guy's stuff. So I drew a version of I drew a version of the character, and he had this giant thing with you could you could see what religion he was, and I gave him 3 testicles. And I was like, I'm going to send this to the art director just as a joke. And I showed it to Sonia, and she was like, "You were not going to send that to the art director." And I was like, "No, it's just a joke." And she's like, "That is not professional." So thank God I have Sonia in my life. And I'm sure she would be pissed at me for telling that story. I have a feeling I'm gonna be I'm gonna be deleting this episode off YouTube because I don't want Sonia to hear this. She's gonna be pissed. Was it never sent? I never sent the triple testicle super junk character. No, I never sent it. I took her advice. Probably saved the job for me. That's so fun. Love that. I would have laughed so hard. We won't tell. Do you still have it? Do I still have that particular drawing? I doubt it. I'm not sure I have any. Oh, I must have the drawings because it's character design stuff. So whatever doesn't get used, a lot of times I'll keep and I'll use in the future. So I probably have the sketches somewhere. I'll have to find them. I know a lot of it was done in my sketchbook. Hold on a second. Let me see if I have. There's two books immediately available. Let me see if I have. No, they wouldn't be in this one. Well, this isn't the triple junk, but this isn't the triple junk drawing, but this is the job. So you could see right there. Um, this is one of the designs. Here's another design, but I don't know. What do you think? Who would have? I should have changed. I should change the name of the. This was the model sheet, the model drawing that I would do. I would use this as the model for the character and then draw the costume on it. So um, this was the drawing that kept getting comments about the size of his stuff. What do you think? Is it Modic scale? This was a fun gig. Early New Zodiacs Aquarius drawings. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. It's Joe Dick. Ah, yes. We share the same sense of humor. It's Joe Dick, that's right. can take it all. We love this kind of humor in my family. Haha. We forgot to put up the Miller podcast. Oh yeah, we can put that up now. I'm done thinking. Here we go. Ready? We were actually talking about some of this yesterday on yesterday's stream. I was a little. I found it to be an odd coincidence, but let's see if you guys remember some of this. Conversation for. I want to go back to where I was originally starting because I'd come across this page from Sin City, or pages, when I was revisiting Sin City, and it was of Marv after he had. By the way, you got to see this page if you haven't already. With a priest, where the page on the left goes blam blam blam, and you. One of my favorite pages in comics. It's funny that he brings this up. Love this. I think he's in a confessional booth with a priest, and I believe he suspects the priest of being involved with the death of, was it her name, Goldie, the prostitute that he is seeking revenge for. She was murdered. So she's worth dying for, worth killing for, worth going to hell for. Oh, that's some hardcore shit. Amen. Isn't that great? This is just some great shit right here, folks. All in black and white, too. Hardcore. So then he starts talking about toothbrushes, and we did some toothbrush action yesterday with Acids Max. Actually do the storytelling within the sound effects. Yeah. And the thing that really struck me as I was looking through Sin City, and specifically those two pages, was I felt like you were having a really good time when you were doing that. Oh, yes. How much joy do you get from creating art and creating comics? Oh, you don't start with a small question. I get a great deal of joy from it. More than anything else, that's the reason I do it. Well, it's the central purpose of my life. I love solving problems, and I love using my hands and mastering a tool. I love ink. I love brushes, and I love pens. I mean, that was one thing I really enjoyed from the book, which I'll introduce really quick. It's called Push the Wall, My Life, Writing and Drawing in the Art of Storytelling, and it arrives in bookstores on July 14th from Saga Press. You talk about how you would use tools. Like, one of my favorite parts, I felt like you really came alive when you were writing about how you would like dip a toothbrush into ink, and then you would like hit it against your arm to really do like a severe wound of ink across an ink splatter. I think you call it controlled chaos in there. And it's really interesting reading about it because it feels like art for you is not really something, I don't want to say you don't think about it, but it feels very instinctual. Would you say that like your approach is very instinctual? I'm a real planner. Yeah? So I don't just charge ahead. No, I plan things very carefully. It's the execution where I like to have it. Let me see. I like the execution to be very spontaneous. I don't like to do work that looks like it's been labored over or fretted over. Just as in public speaking, you don't want it to feel like you're reading when you speak in public. You want it to feel like you're speaking your mind. So a drawing should be something that's alive in your hand and in the reader's eye and mind. So something like the toothbrush, is it because you're planned, but also you want that spontaneity in it? Is it less like when you're, you have all of your beautiful pens and you have all these brushes you can probably use and everything like that, and sometimes the solution is a toothbrush. Is it less about the tool and more about like thinking about like what this page needs and just trying to find an answer
from whatever the world's options are for you?
Yeah, it's whatever is out there that'll do the job. I mean, when you mentioned a toothbrush, with a toothbrush, I will run my thumb across the bristles to splatter the light paint across the black field to give a feeling of atmosphere or sweat or something like that. Whereas if I want flying blood, I'll snap a brush across my wrist and send it in streaks, rivulets of paint. So whenever gets the idea across and makes you feel the moment is what I'm at.
I love that it's not just the tool; it's also like the velocity you hit the tool with. It's like you're finding solutions by like using it in different ways. I mean, that's beautiful.
Well, to me, it's so much of the fun of it.
Do you see creating as more of an intellectual exercise or as an emotional one?
It's both. It's intellectual, it's emotional, it's intuitive, and it's physical. An artist has to use everything in his tool shed, including his body, in order to achieve what he wants to. If you look at a Jackson Pollock painting, for instance, you're looking at a physical effort of pretty Herculean proportions. If you look at Michelangelo's sculpture, you're looking at something that only a very strong man could have done. Drawing has to be regarded, and art has to be regarded as a physical act.
What physicality do you bring to your art beyond like the toothbrush of it all? How do you see your art as a physical act?
It's kind of the point of the whole thing. Since so much of comic book art is based on bodies in motion, it involves the study of anatomy and the study of physical gesture. So often I'm moving around and even acting out expressions as I'm drawing them and so on. So it involves the body. That's one of the reasons why I can wake up the next morning with some pretty strange aches.
Commercial. Boo. Another commercial. Boo.
Passion is what sets us apart.
I've always talked with artists, and like I think something that people forget about when it comes to being an artist of any variety, but a comic artist in specific, is like a page that takes you like 30 seconds to read probably took that person a day, if not more. And so that's a day spent hunched over a drawing table drawing. And like that's a physical act. That there's aches and pains that come with that. And like you give your love to the art form.
Well, it's your purpose. So it's like everybody has a purpose, and
oh, you've seen this video already? Sorry, I haven't.
How do you see yourself? Like, do you see yourself as a writer, artist, a cartoonist? Is the answer flexible depending on what the project needs? Like, what is it?
No, the answer is very simple. I'm an author, and I use words and pictures to make my stories.
One thing that I thought was interesting about Push the Wall was you had the collaborators chapter, the one where you talked about like projects you did with people like Jeff Darrow and David Mazzucchelli and et cetera, et cetera. But it seemed like your passion really came through on the projects where you would both write and draw. Are the projects that I don't want to say care the most about, but like when it comes to comics, like how inseparable are the writing and art in your mind to the point like do you see the ones that you write and draw as like your babies in a way, even more so than the ones you just write?
Yeah, I suppose I do. Yes, I suppose I do.
I mean, it is interesting. Like I would say the two
Has anybody read Frank Miller book called Xerxes? XERXES? I think it's a sequel to 300. I thought 300, the graphic novel, was pretty good. It's not my favorite Frank Miller. We talked about my favorite Frank Millers yesterday. But I liked 300. I thought it had some really good stuff in it. Did anybody ever read Xerxes? 300, you read 300. Yeah, I like 300 a lot. So I just ordered Xerxes off eBay, and it's on its way. I look forward to reading it. I read a lot of the recent stuff I've read of Frank's I'm less interested in. Like, I personally love the idea. What was it called? Master Race, Dark Knight 3. I personally love the idea of the Bottle City residents coming to reality. Reality is not the right word, but escaping the bottle and coming to this world. I love that idea, but I didn't think it was well executed in Master Race. I actually have no memory of. I know I read it. I have no memory of it. Also, very disappointed by Ronin too, because like I said yesterday, Ronin is one of my favorite comic series of all time, and Ronin #1 is one of my favorite comics of all time. So, favorite single issues, easy top 20. So, when Ronin 2 came out, I was like, first of all, I didn't hear about it, but when I found out Ronin 2 was a thing, I was like, holy cats. I gotta have this. And then I read it and I was less excited. I should do a poll, see what the whatnotters, you whippersnappers, you probably never read Miller's Daredevil. You probably read Dark Knight Returns, I suppose. You whatnot whippersnappers, had you read Batman Year One? I'm not so sure you whatnot whippersnappers read Year One. I guarantee you whatnot whippersnappers probably have never even heard of Ronin. And if not for Ronin, you wouldn't have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So influenced by that book. Ramona, you still here? How's it looking? Are you digging it? Are you craving Taco Bell when you look at it? Are you looking at this going, I gotta have Taco Bell chimichangas for $32 each? You know, I have read an article that said that Taco Bell puts sawdust in their tacos. Helps save money. Chicken, animal flesh is so expensive, so you can't blame them. Sawdust is cheaper. So enjoy that sawdust chimichanga. Or next time you go into Taco Bell, just ask for extra sawdust. All right, back to Frank. Enough of my comedy. Let's see. Ramona said, some Daredevil. Ronin, yes, and I know about the TMNT story. That's cool. My fave is Sin City. I haven't read all his work yet. He's one of my faves. Some Daredevil. Ronin, yes. And I know about the TMNT story. Ramona said, it rocks. Thank you, Ramona. Taco Puke. Come check it out again, Ange. Ange is probably sleeping, right? Okay, back to Frank. I'm caught up.
Projects that I probably came across of yours first were Batman Year One and Daredevil Born Again. And it is interesting where it's just like I've kind of always looked at you as like a jack of all trades in the sense that, like, I mean, maybe it just kind of comes back to like your approach with the toothbrush and everything is just like you're someone who has a story to tell, and it's less about like what your specific role is. It's more about what this project needs, and sometimes you have somebody else like David or Jeff or Dave Gibbons or whoever to work with.
It's not really that simple. The rules are different with each project.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes I'll work on a collaboration, and it has everything to do with who's involved in it. You know, with Jeff Darrow, I'm dealing with an outrageous absurdist, and I was playing into that. With Dave Gibbons, I was dealing with somebody who would treat the most absurd things in the world with a straight face, and I played that as best I could. With David Mazzucchelli, I knew that he had an uncanny grasp of subtleties of human emotion and manner that meant that I could take my stuff from the melodramatic to the dramatic, and that he would deliver it as impeccably as he did. And when I'm on my own, it's an exploration.
How much do you think that those collaborators you've had, where you like write for them and you see how they interpret your scripts, how much do you think seeing their work brought to life on the page has shaped you as an artist?
Well, I think I've been affected by just about everybody. You know, often I'll look at what one of them will do, and I'll go, "Wow, I couldn't have done that." I think I'll bone up on this side of my stuff, or and see where I can see where I can go with this idea.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you've always been a voracious engager of art. Like,
One story that I recommend, many I haven't heard a lot of people talk about, but Frank Miller did two annuals. He did two amazing Spider-Man annuals. One was, I think it was 14 and 15. One had Doctor Strange in it, and I can't recommend that one enough. I think it's fantastic. Just another one of my favorite Spider-Man stories. For about 8 seconds, he was slated to do Doctor Strange, of all characters. And just the drawings that I've seen in this annual and in the advertising and stuff, I think he would have done a bang-up Doctor Strange. So, Spider-Man annual. Let me just see if I can find it. Hold on. Amazing Spider-Man. Annual 14. Let's see how my memory is. That's it. That's the one. And he also did 15, and The Punisher was in that one, and highly recommend that one too. Yeah, that one's got The Punisher. And that's terrific also. And how about 16? That's the first appearance of Captain Marvel. Okay, so no more Frank Miller. Those two annuals are highly recommended if you can find those, if you're a Frank Miller fan. I believe Denny O'Neil wrote both of those stories. I could be wrong about the Punisher one because I don't remember it as well. But Denny O'Neil wrote the Doctor Strange story. Okay, back to Frank.
a lot of these books, like if you're focused on comics, we'll keep it focused on comics. Like, and you talk in the book about like Mobius and Lone Wolf and Cub and like the old DC comics and everything. But you also talk about like painters and sculptors and illustrators like Michelangelo, Norman Rockwell, and Francisco Goya. I will say, the biggest surprise to me from the book, and like an absolute delight for me as a longtime fan, I mean, you can see the entire collection right over there, is I did not expect you to be a Calvin and Hobbes person. Bill Watterson's work.
Big time. Big time.
What was it about that comic strip that spoke to you so much?
Oh, it's what not?
Right?
I
He's
think
pretty
it's
great.
the crown jewel of American
Wow.
strip art.
Wow.
It also it's a perfect portrait of an over-imaginative young child, which I was. It's beautifully drawn, and he more than any cartoonist I can think of, he manages to squeeze all the most fun out of every subject he draws. It's just a masterpiece from beginning to end.
Wow. High
I mean,
praise.
talking about joy in the beginning, when I read it, it's amazing the tour of emotions it will take you on, but like the sheer imagination and craft and joy it probably takes to bring a lot of those stories to life, or those strips to life, is just absolutely unbelievable. My high school senior quote came from Calvin and Hobbes. It was probably the first comic that made me love comics. So when I came across that, I was like, this is a wonderful thing to learn about you, because I wouldn't have expected it. And now, a quick word from one of our sponsors.
That's it.
Being young never gets old. This September, Oni Press and Archie Comics proudly begin a groundbreaking new chapter for the most joyous comic book icon of all, in Archie #1. A new day is dawning in Riverdale as New York Times bestselling writer and Philip K. Dick Award winner Ben H. Winters joins multiple Eisner Award-winning artist Fabio Moon to reintroduce America's favorite teenager with a 21st century testament to teenage beau. Do you think it's important for artists to constantly expand their horizons?
It's essential. I mean, do you think it's important for people to breathe?
Yes. I mean, it's interesting though, because like I think this is not me downplaying anybody, but there's some artists who find a style that works for them and they kind of stick with it, right? Because it's what they've become known for, and it seems like there's people like David Mazzucchelli is a perfect example of this. Like, you look at his work in Born Again, and then you look at his work in Asterios Polyp, and it's like a completely different person did it, but like that. But life changed him, and it seems like, I don't know. I mean, for some people, it's like they know what works for them and they want to stick to it. But for some, like yourself, it seems like curiosity is an essential characteristic.
Well, it takes all kinds. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Is there are many different kind of artists. As there are kinds of people. You know, like for every Jean Giraud, there's another very brilliant artist like Hal Foster out there, who did work that was pretty much similar for a very long time, but was one masterpiece after another.
Yeah.
It's just, but Jean Giraud, on the other hand, was a constant, endless exploration.
Do you feel like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this, but it feels like for you, if you weren't constantly drawing and if you weren't constantly trying to push your art to the next level, I don't know. Like, could you even imagine that? Would that feel like artistic death to you, to be as dramatic as humanly possible about it?
Oh, more than that kind of death. I know what it does to me when I'm not working, and it's not pretty.
I did want to mention, like, you talked in the book quite a bit about how when Forbidden Planet opened in New York, and that kind of like, it was a game changer. It seems like was having a resource like that where you can go and you can find comics from across the world. Like, how did that start expanding the way you thought about comics as an art form?
Wasn't
Forbidden Planet, great store in NYC. I've been there hundreds of times. I hope it's still there. I haven't been to New York. I haven't been down to that area in a long time. I imagine it's still there. Last time I had been in it, it had relocated across the street to a different location, different building. But all the time I was there, I was in New York City for about 20 years. All the time I was there, it was in one location on Broadway at around 11th Street. And I remember the attendants not being very friendly. But that's a moot point. It was a great store. They had a lot of great stuff there. Okay, Frank, go ahead.
me. It was for a generation of us. It was, you know, that place was a mecca. It opened the world of comics to New York and thereby America.
Mhm.
I'd say the biggest effects it brought were from France, Italy, and Japan. Those were the three major things that it immediately brought. Everything else followed, but I believe that was the beginning of the manga craze, and now that's a huge part of the market in
Sure.
America. And now you could see the European influences now throughout even Marvel comics.
I do think it's interesting. It's like back then, you had to have like a specific place like Forbidden Planet, or you had to go to another country to be able to get these. And now they're so readily available, and it's kind of amazing. And I think that's part of the reason why we've seen so much shift in comic art in the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years is like you have easier access to manga, you have easier access to European masters, you have access to South American artists, you have all this access. And I think that like that's the beauty of comic art is like I think people have this idea that it always has to be like this comic, single issue comic, and it's drawn like this, and this is the way it reads. But it's constantly evolving. It's like a living thing.
Yeah, my first exposure to Hugo Pratt was when I was walking down a street in Rome by a newsstand and seeing little comic books that were a little smaller than digest size, black and white, and just opening them up and seeing this, you know, astonishing black and white, artwork. It was of course it was Corto Maltese, and the beautiful thing about comics is they can jump across the street at you like that.
I mean, it's. I always tell people that like the beauty of getting into comics today is you're not just getting into the comics of today. You're getting into the comics that have existed since the medium was created. Like everyone today is a time traveler. Everyone's discovering the work of Hugo Pratt, of I don't know, Los Bros Hernandez, things like that. And it's just like it's an unlimited pool to discover.
Yeah.
Are you still reading comics and discovering artists today?
Sure. I'm seeing stuff here and there, and getting what comics I can.
Is there anyone of like more recent generations that have really impressed you in recent years? Someone that's excited you when you see their art?
Yeah, mostly I've hunted down opportunities to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Here
It's a
we
good
go.
gig.
Dropbox pressed off lunchbox.
Commercial.
Give a little early love.
Get out of here.
You can see this from space. Please help.
You just need the right.
You know, like with Peach Momoko, with Philip Tan, and but there's a lot of talent out there.
I mean, Peach is a perfect example because everyone obviously makes the comparison of manga with her art, but like she brings a lot more to that. And a lot of what impresses me about her is less about like the art and more about how she paces her art. And I think that that's a really underrated thing about her is she's got like a signature storytelling approach. And again, that's like another beautiful thing about the way the comics work is like everyone brings their own signature approach to it, I think.
Oh yeah, that's the beauty of comics too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of room for individual voices in it.
I really enjoyed in the book you talk a lot about your experiences in Vermont and in New York and in Los Angeles, and like that's one of the things that I think is interesting is like I think that when we as outsiders, us as comic readers and stuff, we just talk about like, oh, Frank Miller, he had like the influence of X, Y, or Z, or this person really loved Alex Toth and like Will Eisner and stuff like that. But I think the thing that really struck me and pushed the wall was how you talked about how your homes really influenced you. Do you see potential influences everywhere you look in every experience you have effectively?
Well, I hope so. I sure hope so, because I look for them.
You look for them?
If not, I'm asleep at the switch, man.
So I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and sometimes people will ask me, they'll just like, how do you do what you do when you're so far away? Like, does it feel like you're on an island? And I'm like, I think part of the reason why I'm good at what I do, if I am good at what I do, is because I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I've learned from where I live as much as anywhere else. And like, I always feel it's interesting that people feel like they have to be in a specific place to do something. You can, especially today, you can be anywhere and carry that influence of that location into your work and still be great.
Sure, absolutely.
You talked a lot in the book about, I mean, you know, we were just talking about like experiencing life and everything like that and how it influences the work. Throughout your life, did you find yourself like deliberately going out to do more and experience more just so you had additional fuel for the work?
Yeah.
No?
Too busy working, huh? I don't remember waking up and saying, you know, oh, I think it's time for me to go get my heart broke so I can write a story about it.
I mean, it would probably be, I don't know, if it's unnatural, it probably wouldn't feel right. And that's one of the things, like you talked in the book about how you would carry sketch pads with you everywhere, whether that's like when you're on an adventure as like a kid, like at I think it was like a Cub Scout camp or experience or something like that, or like
it was a Boy Scout camp. I mean, my father was the scout master. I tagged along. I was too young to be a Boy Scout. Yeah.
Okay. So you brought that and you would do drawings while you were there, but also like when you're in New York City parks, it seems like, I don't know, like what is art to you? Like, do you see art as the way you engage with the world, or is it just something you do?
It's my function. It's one of my functions. There was a time when people were taught to draw at the same time they were taught to write. And the written language is actually a series of pictographs that
I never thought of it that way.
So we don't
Very
recognize
true.
they began as drawings anymore.
That's true.
But our earliest communications were always drawings. Look at cave paintings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's but to me it's always been about communication. And so my drawings are always meant to tell you something.
I love that. I mean, I do think that that's the thing that people kind of forget about sometimes with comics and art.
This
is
guy
like,
needs
I think
to
when
let
comics are
Frank
at their
speak.
best, they're either written and drawn by the same person, or they're created by a team that figures out a way to connect all the pieces together in a way that makes them feel like one is not subservient to the other. And I know that that's easier said than done, but it is. It's like you're saying. It's just like writing and art are inseparable, and like they're going back to the pictographs and everything like that. And like we've seen that for forever in comics, and it seems like that is absolutely essential to you.
Yeah. Otherwise, why do them?
You know, you said it's a form of communication. And I know that you have had a lot of really important relationships throughout your career, including like you were at Upstart Associates, the studio with Walt Simonson and Howard Chaykin and James Sherman, I think was the crew when you were there.
Yeah.
You've also had mentors and guides like Neil Adams, Will Eisner, Dick Giordano. How do you feel like the people in your life that weren't necessarily collaborators, like those, shaped the way you think about art and comics?
Each in their own way. Some more than others. You know, Neil was the most hands-on, tough as nails teacher I could have had. Will Eisner and I had these wonderful, long arguments that covered all manner of things, but dealt more with theory and how the form itself worked than I've had with anybody else. With Simonson, he taught me a vast amount about how to actually construct a narrative page. The list goes on. It's like, you know, each relationship is different.
You were at Upstart when Forbidden Planet opened, right?
Yes.
I have to imagine like that must have been just like a constant show and tell of look what I found. Walt, look what I found, James.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
What was that like? I mean, was there just like a buzz in the air, just like working off of each other?
Yeah, we were all just discovering some stuff had made its way over before Forbidden Planet, but now the onslaught was on, and our work was being transformed, and you know, I mean, especially with I mean, the biggest conduit for it was Simonson.
Yeah.
because he's, you know, he's just the natural born college professor of the bunch of us, he's able to intellectualize and analyze so much that he would bring a great deal to the table.
If he was the natural born professor, what were you?
Me?
Yeah, what was your role?
Well, I was the youngster. I was the young pup of the bunch. So I was, you know, the I don't know.
It's not a rained out pool day. It's time to dive into Panera Mac and Cheese. Loving the goggles. It just smells good with Panera.
Not loving the commercial.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
And now, a quick word from one of our sponsors. This July, IDW is bringing the heat with monsters, mutants, and one very dangerous vampire. Because this July, only IDW delivers books this big. And now, back to the show. I have to say, I mean, you were a very young person when you were going through all this. And, like, reading, I mean, I've heard stories about, like, Neil Adams and, like, his you know, his tough love approach and everything, and, like, what he would say to you in the book and everything. And, like, not everyone has that in them to hear that and actually want to get better. I certainly don't. If they told me that, or if you told me that, I'd be like, I'm out, Neil. This is too much. Do you feel like you've always had a level of fearlessness to you where it's just like when you come across something like that, you're like, this is not going to stop me. This is just going to drive me to get better.
It's not fearlessness.
I don't think it was such.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
not
it was
fearlessness.
So heroic so much as, if I don't do this, I'm staring at an abyss.
Yeah.
So I got to make this work.
I can relate to that.
Because there was nothing else I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Nothing. You never had designs on anything else?
I never wanted to be an astronomer or a car mechanic or that. No.
That is the thing, though, is like you have moved into other fields and everything like that. And, like, that was one of the things that stood out when I was reading the book was that it feels like in some ways, while you obviously have had amazing collaborators throughout your career, the collaboration you had with Robert Rodriguez on Sin City, that one seemed very special and unique to you in a way that, like, really energized you.
Yeah, it was. It was. He's a wonderfully creative man, and he's an inspiring guy, and he's a very generous partner. That collaboration was as good as you could ask for.
Did it make it extra special because, like, you know, like with reading about Sin City, it seems like that was you at your freest. That was you at your most unleashed and most passionate about comics in some ways. Do you think seeing Robert, somebody who was very talented, appreciating your work and wanting to bring it to life in a way that's authentic, made that even more special?
Well, it was part of a whole piece of life that was just so jubilant that it's kind of hard to isolate pieces of it like that.
Yeah.
Working with Robert was an absolute joy. I mean, and he was a man of his word at every turn, and he very generous with his expertise and and taking time to teach me so many things, and so ruthlessly faithful to the source material, and his faith in the project was absolute. I mean, it takes a very unusual man to produce a movie like this. Movies like that, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing too. Is like there's two levels to it, right? Which is not only are you having to advocate to a studio to do it in such an unconventional way relative to the way movies normally work, but also he advocated for you to become the co-director, and like it really says a lot about the person in just two examples of what he's done in his career.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
You wrote about in the book about how persistence is one of your favorite things about New York City. And there was a part of me that when I read that is like, I wonder if part of the reason why you like that is because you yourself are a very persistent person. because it became abundantly clear that you're very determined. And even when something doesn't go the way you want it to, whether that's like the sales of robots or like the response to something like RoboCop 2, it doesn't make you want to hide. It seems like it's like the opposite. Do you feel like, in a way, that failure is inspiring to you creatively?
It could be, I don't know, it's inspiring, but it can be fuel. It can certainly, you're defined by how you respond to either success or failure. Either success or failure can be ruinous, or it can be very productive. I mean, if you have a success and it all goes to your head, and you get lazy and pompous, then you're letting it poison you. If you use it as an opportunity to get more freedom, you're using it well. If you have failure and you use it to make yourself a nervous wreck, then you're letting it kill you. You're taking it as a major education. You can gain a lot from it. It's ego at the end. That's the enemy, not success or failure.
I mean, that is a very good point. It's a lesson I hope to learn someday myself, but we'll see about that. That's for down the line. But I do think that it is interesting to think about that from the perspective of comics, because like comics in a weird way, like here's a good example. So I wrote a piece a couple years ago about Daredevil and like why Daredevil has long proven to be effectively like the greatest, most consistently quality ongoing series in the history of Marvel. And like, you led to, Ann Nocenti and John Romita Jr. They led into let's just say Brian Michael Bendis and Alex Maleev and Ed Brubaker and Michael Lark and et cetera, et cetera. There's just this chain of talented folks who take on that book. And in a weird way, like I was talking to Mark Waid about this not that long ago, and he said that like everyone had kind of worked off of what you had set up with the character. There was like this shadow that loomed over it, and he was like, I want to kind of go the opposite direction and not try to do Frank, because if I try to do Frank, I'm just going to do a worse version of Frank. I do think it's interesting how sometimes success can create a shadow where people feel like, or publishers feel like, they have to kind of stick to something that was defined a long time ago.
Yeah.
Whether it's like how your approach to Daredevil defined Daredevil, or even The Dark Knight Returns defined that character for so long.
Before me, Neil Adams on Batman. But it's yeah. I mean, the problem is that our field gets a little too wrapped up in things casting shadows.
I would agree with that. You did talk in the book about how you were surprised how mad people were when, or not mad, they were disappointed at Elektra's death. Maybe reader anger was a proper term, but
they were furious. Yeah,
they were furious. That was the first time you'd experienced like a seriously negative response to your work. It wasn't the last, but outside of it being a natural byproduct of the work, do you ever think like, what will someone think of this when you're working, or do you keep that completely outside your brain?
Sometimes I like to provoke. I mean, there's always an imaginary reader in my mind when I'm writing a story. I'm always telling the story to somebody. If I'm writing a story where I've got a really scary scene, I've got to be trying to scare somebody. And so, yeah, I imagine there's either an imaginary reader or myself or something in play. That gets into the weirder corners of writing this kind of stuff. When I'm in the midst of doing it, I don't think about that stuff.
Even that imaginary reader?
Not much. No, mostly I just think about the story.
I mean, it is interesting because, like, to some degree, like, I've talked to writers and artists and writer artists and et cetera who have said things like they want to manipulate the reader, and the way that they do that is by playing against expectations. And
Hobby Hub Store says, that's awesome. Thank you, sir or madam. Appreciate it very much. Did he draw or only story, says Ramona. Who are we talking about? Frank Miller? Frank Miller does both. I think you know that, though. Who maybe I missed something. Ramona says, Frank is great during interviews. This was also the comment of most. Interviewer loves to hear himself talk way too much. Oh, yeah, other people have said that as well. You got to get out of the way, man. Otherwise, what's the point of having someone in your space? Ramona says, Joe, I love this. I'm so happy. Oh, it worked out. See, we hammered it out together. Isn't that cool? Collaboration. I'm so glad to hear you say that. Hobby says, that's awesome. Thank you. Ramona says, Miller with the Spidey. Oh, yes, he only drew the story. Denny O'Neil was the writer. But that doesn't make it less good. Denny O'Neil is one of my favorite writers in comics as well, and a very nice, gracious guy. I always had I Denny O'Neil probably wouldn't know me. Of course, he's passed away, but if he were alive, he probably would not know me. But I've talked to him at length quite a few times, and he was always gracious with his time. I actually, when I was at Valiant, he was teaching a comic book writing class at School of Visual Arts, and he just let me sit in. I was not a student of School of Visual Arts, at least not at that time. I went there and I graduated from SVA, but I was not a student at the time he was there, unfortunately. But I had heard about his class, and I went in, and he let me sit in on his class, and did not have to do that. And always found Denny to be super gracious with his time with me, and he's one of my favorite writers in comics. So win-win for me. Why would I sit in on a class for a guy whose work I didn't really like or respect? I'm not sure. Maybe you guys can tell me why I would do that. But anyway, he and I also shared a bus occasionally. He would take the bus from upstate New York into Manhattan, and I would take the same bus very often and at the same time to go into my job. And so I would sit with him and talk on the bus just to shoot the breeze. He was very cool. I don't know if he thought I was a goob or was afraid of me, or I don't know why he was so gracious with me, but I very appreciative of his time. And like I said, one of the best writers in comics. That Amazing Spider-Man annual is great, even though Frank didn't write it. Denny wrote it. It's still very, very good. Okay, onward. Scarlet Spidey says, I love it. Scarlet Spidey says, I might have you do a remark at Fan Expo Chicago. Okay. Ramona says, I always love your stories. You're so scary. Haha. How am I? Yeah, I'm scary. I don't know. Some days you're like, I'm not used to, sometimes, you don't expect people that you have deep respect for, giving you similar respect with your time. It's not let's put it this way. It's not the typical way that, I'm used to those people behaving. Remember yesterday, uh, Daytona said, "Don't meet your heroes." I'm kind of that guy, but in Denny's case, Denny was one of my uh, comic writing heroes, and he was very, very gracious with his time. I actually asked him about Frank Miller, and I was like, I had imagined, because the stories were, I think Frank started on Daredevil when he was like 19 years old. He was a kid. Um, I wish I cracked the industry that young. I couldn't tie my shoes when I was 19. But so I always had the idea that, Denny was working, he was an experienced editor and writer, and he was helping Frank kind of come up, not so much come up with the stories, but to help refine them, as he was working on them. Because, like I said, Daredevil 159 to 191 is some of the best comics that were ever made, especially superhero comics. So Denny himself told me that no, Frank had those skills right out of the gate. We did not have to do much editing or refining at all. He had those natural skills. So kind of cool. Kind of cool. Okay. I'm calling it, Ramona. I hope you like it. And so now that I'm in Jeff the Shark mode, do I do this? Do I do this one? I don't know. This one has taught me a lot, I have to say. Now that I look at this, I see very different I see a very different character. Ramona, what are you doing tipping me $20? Thank you. Miss Mayhem in the house. Always fun to see Miss Mayhem. Do you see it now? Well, I see a very different character. Yes, I do. So how would I change that? Is the would I have to redraw it? A lot of the same ideas are here, like the the lifted feet and stuff. But now that I have successfully transferred this guy, I would do this differently. Let's see. Where'd my eraser go? I haven't moved. Where did my eraser go? No time to look. We must grab another. I would change. Well, I would change. I would change the overall shape. I think I was working with a different drawing. So this drawing is much more like a Pokemon. Let's see, what would I do different? Yes, he's off. Awesome Jeff the Shark, Great Visual Joe, and Ramona Flames from Miss Mayhem. Can you put the other up so I can screenshot it? This guy? Thank you so much, Ramona, says Miss May. No, Ramona says to Miss Mayhem, you executed the idea in a perfect way. Now the other one, haha. Threw some tacos around in the one when you add Pooey. Throw some tacos around in this one. This one? Yeah, this one was just going to be like a food fight. I didn't really plan to add Deadpool to this one. It's not that. I don't know. I don't know if I should add Deadpool because he'll hide the tail. I don't know. Maybe we'll put Deadpool up here. I don't know. But I was planning on having like pieces of food and burgers and stuff flying around this one. Like with hot dogs. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to do that. Let me just mess around with it. It's still early. I'll mess around with it a little bit and let's see if I can come up with something. Back to Frank.
Like, I think that's the beauty of like the Electra decision is like in the moment people were mad, but looking back through the long arc of time, I don't think anybody is upset about that because it was the right thing to do in the moment. And like that's the thing is like I think keeping your brain separated from the response.
Oh, did you want me to put light bulb Ramona? Like it's your idea? Yes, but small. Okay. I'll put it right under my name. It's collaboration. Light bulb Ramona. It's your idea. It's not only your idea, it's your bright idea. All right, so where was I? So now we're gonna do this, and we're just gonna mess around with this, and then
Potential response as you're creating is the only way you can create a great story.
Also, I spent month after month telling people that's what was going to happen.
Did you?
It's inevitable. You read those books, it's all over the place.
Yeah. I did like that you emphasize that it's the process that's important, not the outcome. Like that's something that I've always told people is you can't focus too much on the outcome because you can't control it.
Right. Yeah. It's like you're worrying too much about reviews. You drive yourself nuts.
I did want to ask about one project in specific. You've talked about this publicly and in the book about your graphic novel, Holy Terror, and how that book was driven by rage and how you're no longer capable of making a book like that because you've escaped that anger. The response was very strong and very negative about that book in a lot of ways. Do you feel like you learned anything about yourself and how you wanted to approach stories and also how your stories affect people by telling that story?
Oh, I imagine so. That was an awful long time ago.
Yeah.
I think I got a pretty good smack upside the head and took it to heart that I should be a bit more calm and clear-headed when I start a job.
Woo! You stink! Let's go,
And now, a quick word from one of our sponsors. You said that you can feel it in your gut when like an idea is working. One of my favorite things you said in the book was you said that you can feel it in your gut when like an idea is working, And when it doesn't work, you said that's what the trash can is for. Do you think the trash can and having a sense to move on when something isn't working is an underrated tool and skill for artists?
Oh yeah, because the big enemy, the biggest enemy involved is pride. It is rightly called a sin. Pride is thinking yourself to be beyond question, and self doubt is a very healthy thing. It's not crippling you; it's a healthy thing. Being self critical is a necessity. It's not just a virtue.
Well, and especially, or not especially, but definitely in the moment too, where I think that sometimes when people, they're like, oh, I'm pot committed, right? It's like, I've already done this work. I have to finish this work. But if you know something's not working, I think some people have a hard time letting go. And like,
Sure.
It seems to me that like that's something you've honed over the years, is having that instinct to know when is time to let go.
Well, it's really important to be ready to throw out what you're doing. And a perfect example is with drawing. I mean, I work in several layers when I'm drawing something, so that I do a rough in pencil and marker that I'll then trace off into a pencil drawing, and then I'll ink the pencil drawing. That means at any stage I can change anything or nix it all together. So a lot of things get roughed out and never used. They could have been halfway inked if I didn't have this method. And then what would I do? Go ahead and finish it, because otherwise, yeah, I feel foolish.
When did you develop that method?
Oh, a long time ago. Long time ago. Yeah.
Well, it's nice because it gives you options, and like that's the thing that's tough, is like that's how when you don't have options, that's when you become pot committed, and like you feel like you have to finish that out. It also seems like you're not too precious about things, which I think is important.
No.
I did want to ask about, like, you mentioned pride, and like one of the things that is pretty amazing about your career is like I was at Comics Pro in Glendale, California this year, so I got to see you and Klaus Janson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, talk about The Dark Knight Returns for its 40th anniversary. I kind of feel like there's like a version of like a person who makes that comic and then it forever lives over them like a shadow, like you put it earlier. Like, you know, it's like you can let it hang over you. Having a book that succeeds to that degree and lives for that long, obviously you couldn't predict that. But is that something that just drives you to say, I did that, how do I do the next one even better?
No. I regard the quality of that book to be one thing, and its success to be another.
Interesting.
And its influence to be a third. I have done things much better than that, and I have done things much less successful than that. And it's just that one was like one of those luck of the draw moments. Like all the stars were in alignment. The world was ready for a big Batman comic book to come out, and then it was followed up by a blockbuster movie, and on it goes. But to shrink in the corner and say, you know, or shrink in the corner in awe of it, or to say, how can I get that moment again? It's just madness.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but like it's interesting that you said specifically like you've done comics better than that, and you've had ones that are less successful than that. Are there books that you look back on and you say, this is the best thing that I've done, or is it less precise than that?
It's less precise than that. I often think, for instance, that the best story I was ever lucky enough to get to do was 300, because it's such a pure story. But but it's a historical story. It's just so lovely and pure and perfect. You know, it to me that's a real gem that I'll never stop being grateful for. But I can't sit around and ponder that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Otherwise, the past will haunt you. I feel like success, even like that's the thing is like success can be as big of a hindrance to your future as failures can be.
Well, there's a lot of old books in my place, but it's not a museum.
Yeah. I do want to talk about today. I just have a few more questions. And like these days, you're still making comics and drawing covers, often for prominent titles you're not working on otherwise. How do you see your art today? Like, do you think it's another step in your evolution?
Well, it's just part of the exploration. Each problem that comes across my board is a new problem to solve. And what you see are the results of my best efforts at solving the problem.
How do you feel
It's
like
like
you've
food fight,
grown or
skateboarding
changed as an
over the
artist
city.
over the years? Like, do you feel like you're a meaningfully, I don't know if better is the right word, but are you a meaningfully different artist today than you were 10 years ago or 20 years ago, or God forbid, all the way back to Daredevil?
Yes, because I'm a much more experienced guy.
Yeah.
And I'm a much more experienced artist. And I've lived a lot more. I've sure drawn a lot more.
I like
You've sure drawn a
pickles.
lot more. I also think, I mean, you mentioned in the book about how you're open, like how important it is to be open to change. That's the thing is like, I do think there's a tendency for people who make anything to think that the time before when they were,
Ketchup
20 years ago, 30 years ago
packets.
when they were working was better than now. Going back to the idea of like, death, like, like the idea that it could bring death if you stop. Like, I feel like not being open to change is really rough on an artist because the world is always changing and the influence is always changing and you kind of have to be open to it. And it seems like that's huge for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's on in every aspect of things because, like, as you just said, without change there is death.
At the Comics Pro event, I don't remember if you brought it up. I think you did, but you were talking about how you were working on that young adult graphic novel starring Carrie Kelly with Ben Caldwell.
Yes.
That's the thing, is like Ben Caldwell has a very different style than you do, but man, what a joyous artist he is. He has just like
He's a terrific artist. He's terrific.
Isn't he? I mean, like, and Carrie Kelly, perfect fit for him.
Absolutely.
Do you still get a lot of joy out of making art and telling stories? Is that something you still feel?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's anybody who knows me can tell you. I'm at it every day.
You still draw every day?
Every day.
Yeah. Every day. Is it just like, do you have a set schedule, or is it really just about like when you're feeling it?
No, it's when I finish breakfast, I start drawing.
That's amazing. Last question. I just wanted to say, actually, before we ask the last question, is like, I feel like the epilogue to Push the Wall was very moving, as it feels like you're in a very good place and you've gotten to a point where you just feel like you understand where you're at and you're very happy with it and you're very healthy with it. And you've had a long career and you've had some extremely meaningful milestones along the way, but do you see each version of yourself, like the Daredevil one, the Dark Knight Returns one, the Sin City one, the one of today, as better at what you do than the previous one, or is growth and even a person's life less linear than that?
I'd say it's less linear, but I mean, no, I guess the way I'd say it is that the road may be bumpy, but it's worth taking.
You've navigated this path. You said that the road can get bumpy. It's less bumpy and everything like that. For the aspiring artists and the aspiring storytellers out there, like, what advice do you have for people trying to navigate a life in telling stories?
Don't.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't do it.
Yeah, get out. Get out.
Your mother was right.
Get into medicine. Do what Ames does.
The only piece of advice I'll give is one that I'm actually saying what somebody else said once. Know your ending. When you put together a story, know where you're going with it. Best advice I have for any storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I can't top it.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Well, I hope all storytellers out there follow that advice, but that is all I have for you, Frank. Thank you so much for coming on and talk about your life, career, Push the Wall, and everything else. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, sir.
At Citizens Private Bank, we believe your attention is best spent on your passion.
What was that guy's name? Oh, he has other interviews. Let's see, what else? Who else? Ed Brubaker, another one, another favorite. He had Ed Brubaker on for an hour and a half almost.
Yo, everybody. Welcome to Off Panel, a weekly interview podcast about all things comics brought to you by Sketch.com. I'm your host, David Harper, and this week's guest is the writer of the new graphic novel, The Knives, at Image Comics, and the soon-to-be-released hardcover collection of Friday over at Image, as well as the showrunner of the upcoming Amazon Prime series, Criminal. It's Ed Brubaker. Thanks for coming on, Ed.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Ed, we have to start with the most important topic that we'll get to today. You have been doing a lot lately, it seems, as you wrap up the show, work on other media projects, and have untold.
This is last August.
Building up. Are you surviving? How are you doing?
You know, it's funny. You hear a lot of showrunners say you have no life while you're running a TV show, and that's pretty true. I did manage to, you know, still write graphic novels for Sean, and I actually have another thing that I wrote for Marcos that he's just starting to work on that's like top secret. But yeah, it's very it's insanely busy. I mean, we're towards the end of post finally with Criminal, but yeah, it is
Criminal. If you haven't read Criminal, try it out.
One season of TV, basically.
I know I think you were in Portland when I was doing a podcast with Kelly Sue DeConnick last year, and like I know you went and visited with Kelly Sue and with Matt Fraction.
Yeah.
Did you ever kind of commiserate with like Matt? Because he was one of the main folks on the Monarch Legacy of Monsters show.
Yeah.
Did you ever kind of commiserate about the comic book / showrunner overlap and kind of what that entails and how you balance that all?
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually kind of funny. The first like 2 months or so that I was living up there, I lived in Portland for most of last year because that's where we did production for the show.
Right.
The first couple months that I was there, I lived in an apartment over Brian Bendis's garage.
Man, that's funny.
Nice. Because Matt and Kelly Sue live around the corner, and it was
that's
just
funny.
Like, it was honestly the only way that I could have survived that, because like my wife wasn't there yet, my dog wasn't there yet. And I was like basically like jumping into the deep end on, you know, prep and production in a foreign city. I'd never done production outside of LA before. And so like Westworld was LA, Santa Clarita, you know, and the Refn show was all LA. So the idea of being away from home for the majority of a year and, you know, prepping for 3 or 4 months and then shooting all year, it was completely like just it was insane. It was like going from working at home to like working retail or something. Like you're just forced to deal with hundreds of people all the time. And yeah, but it was overwhelming. So I would go home.
Pizza slices. How could I forget
There's
pizza?
An apartment, like a 1-bedroom apartment over Brian's garage. And I jokingly asked him before, when I was going to have to move up there, I'm like, hey, do you have like a guest cottage or something I can crash at? And he's like, yeah, we have an apartment over the garage. I'm like, of course you do. so I lived there, and it was like the old days. It was like Brian and I came up in comics together. You know, we were at Caliber together back in the day, and you know, like I owe so much of my career to Brian, I feel like. And so I would like, you know, wander down into his house at 10:30, 11 at night after his family was all asleep, and just hang out with him in his office while he's like working, and we're watching movies and playing video. It was just like totally a blast. It was like the only way to survive those first couple of months and get used to, you know, the transition into being a showrunner, basically, which is, you know, a lot different than sitting at home and writing comics.
I mean, it is kind of funny. It's like a blend of different points in your life and your career where like probably when you're in your like 20s and you're coming up and you're writing and drawing comics, like with Bendis, like back then he was writing and drawing comics too. You're coming up and you're like with all these people that are comic peers and everything like that, and then you go off to work and your work is like managing this set of like hundreds of people and trying to keep everybody on track and herding cats and doing all this stuff like that. And it's kind of a fascinating like blend of your past and present in a very intense way, I imagine.
Yeah, I would try to get my friends to come out to set, you know, just to see it, because it was so crazy, like all the stuff we were shooting. And Brian and his son London came and hung out for an afternoon. Like Matt came and hung out one night. Like it was just a lot of fun bringing people out to see the set of The Undertow, like which we had like built. So yeah, it was really fun. Honestly.
And
It
don't
took me a
sell
few
Obi
weeks
in
to
when
sort
you're
of get
done.
used to the whole you know.
Okay, I won't sell.
There'd be just like a ton of new people to deal with. You know, but like by the end of it, I was like dying to get back to, you know, whatever season 2 is, basically, of just like get all these people back together and do it again.
Was there anything that surprised you about show running a series versus being one of the voices on the set? Because I mean, you're going from like, I can always talk to somebody else about this to the buck stops with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Surprised. There was a lot of, I feel like almost nothing in the job until like ADR was how I pictured it would be. Like every aspect of it was different than I imagined. And I have a lot of showrunner friends, and I won't name them here, but I would text them every now and then for advice. And I'm like, hey, it kind of seems like not everybody wants to defer to what I want. That would be the way. And he's like, my friend was like, oh, hilarious. Now you have to tell them what you want over and over again. I was like, oh, great. So it was like, it was just little things like just learning to be comfortable, like telling people what you want actually, and trying to find the line between letting artists be artists and going, hey, that's not what we're trying to do here. We need to do this, and you know, like
there you go.
It's really interesting as the showrunner. Like I knew going in, like when you're the showrunner, you basically rewrite everything, like constantly. Like you rewrite the scripts before they're turned in. Like even if your name, any show you've ever watched, if the showrunner's name isn't on the scripts themselves, they've still probably rewritten like half of that script. If you know,
really,
if not, like a third or maybe even all of it. It depends on the script, really, and it depends on the schedule, and it depends on, you know, did the studio demand a last minute rewrite? You know, there's so many aspects that go into it. And like
that's
on the
fascinating.
show that I did right before this, like, you know, I did rewriting on a lot of the scripts, and you know, so I knew going in that it was just going to be like that. And when I worked with Refn, it was like we were constantly rewriting everything all the way through production. Like he just would go insane and get tired of like a scene that I thought was totally fine, and call me up at like 11 o'clock at night and be like, we have to come into the office and work on this. This scene tomorrow is boring. We need to fix it somehow. And so, you know, me and Hallie, you know, would meet him in the office, and we'd work until 3 a.m, rewriting a scene that I thought was totally fine. And that, you know, but that he creatively had just gotten bored with because he'd been looking at it 100 times for the last 2 weeks. So like, there's always that kind of stuff. But, like just the sheer amount of changes that happen after production. Like I had lunch with this like writer director friend on the, because we're on the Warner Brothers lot for post, so I'm like at the commissary all the time, run into like filmmakers that I know and stuff. And I had lunch one day with this filmmaker who's like kind of a mentor for me sometimes. And I was just telling him, I was like, I had no idea. Like when you're in post, sometimes you're looking at an episode and you're like, you know what? These scenes are not in the right order, actually. We need to move this, this, and this, and then we need to change this dialogue to say this so that that makes sense. And he was like, oh yeah, no, the writing the script and making the show is like, he's like, that's the easy part. And he's like, production, he's like, he's think of it this way. It's like writing the script and then making it. That's like making all your ingredients, and post, when you're editing it and doing the sound and everything, that's when you need to be like the greatest chef in the world and you're putting the meal together. He's like, right. You know, so everything changes at that point. And I was like, oh fuck. So the experience of it was just like the ups and downs of post and sort of finding the voice of the show. And like, I would say, like, all the voiceover in Coward was stuff that I ended up writing in post. Almost everything that's there, except for, like, the very opening one, which was, like, in the pilot script. And then, like, probably 80% of the voiceover that's in Lawless was stuff that I ended up writing in post or rewriting in post from what it was originally. And, you know, just scenes move around, structure changes, like, stuff like that. And like, being that person there who's like in the edit room with the editors, like going through all this and like dealing with the studio notes and, you know, the score, and like that's kind of the place that I'm at right now is we're like in the mixes and dealing with the score and the Foley and all that stuff, and looking at special effects, which are amazing because we have the team from Shogun doing all of our special effects.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean the show is insanely, like, it came out insanely good. Like, I'm in the tank for it because I'm the showrunner and creator of it, and I also created the comics. But like Sean's art is all over the show. Like, I can't talk about some of it, but like, man, when people see the first couple episodes, they're just going to be blown away by how much like it feels like the comics and the world of the comics. But also, there's just so many amazing like surprises and stuff coming. I wish I could tell you everything that, like, one that just happened the other day that just blew my mind. Just like big things kind of falling into place for us. So
that's awesome. Sean got to visit the set too, right?
Yeah. Sean spent a week out there. Sean and his wife flew out, and he did a lot of drawings for people too, like little like wrap gift drawings for people. Like, I made him do little muck shots of all the writers' room staff and various people on the production and some of the cast and directors and stuff.
That's all. I love that. I did want to ask about something that I think is fascinating about this, because you, like, your book that's coming out the week that this podcast is going up is The Knives, and it's a criminal story. And then you also, in the afterword of that, you talk about how one of your next books is you're doing Ricky Lawless book. Yeah. Also criminal. Yeah. And so you have criminal comics happening concurrently to working on the show. Yeah. Has it been weird to have a show version of criminal in your head on top of the comic version, or is there enough overlap that it doesn't become weird at all?
No, it's not weird for me. I think it was weird for other people sometimes that I would be like, no, this is what it is. And they'd be like, well, that's what it is in the books. I'm like, well, yeah, but I created this too. So I'm saying it's that here as well. Yeah. It's like, so for me, it's just like, there's some things where like dates for things will be different. Like when things happened might be a little bit different. Though Cruel Summer still takes place in the summer of 1988. Like if we do that in the show. But like Ricky is in the show. Whereas if you read the first two books, like Ricky in the world of the books, like Ricky didn't appear in the books until like right before Cruel Summer, really. Like,
I mean, he's dead in the Lawless arc, isn't he?
And Coward, like on the first couple pages of Coward, you find out that Leo used to have a friend named Ricky who's dead. Right. So, and I decided he was such a vibrant, like interesting character that I was like, you know what? It's the TV show, not the comics, so Ricky can be a character. And we got the most amazing actor to play Ricky Lawless. Oh my God, this guy Gus Halper. He's so psyched. I can't wait till people see this. It's like when people saw Robert De Niro in Mean Streets for the first time. They're like, oh my God, who is this guy?
Wow.
And he's been around on stuff before, but he knocks everybody out in the show. It's insane.
I mean, I think that's the interesting thing about the two different formats is, I know people compare comics and TV shows, like they're both sequential art in a way. And I think that each has their own strengths, and that's the thing that I think is interesting about you being able to do this. It'd be like if Lee Child did like the Reacher series after writing the book, because you get to look at your own project in a different medium and think, how could I enhance this overall project by like adding this flavor here, or like in the case of Ricky, it's an interesting little wrinkle that you kind of been afforded to look at your project from a different prism.
I'm always more interested in the stuff that is different that I can do because I already wrote the books, right? Like, and like the format that we're doing for the show, like the first season is 2 like 4 episode stories that take place, that tell complete stories, just like what the books do. So it's like the books are sort of a template for how the show is, unfolding, at least in the first season. And, but moving beyond the first season, I also feel now like I have enough material in the books. It's like I can take pieces from one book and pieces from another and like, put them together and make something that feels a little bit different, but still of the world. For me, the biggest challenge for season 1 is this is really the first thing of mine that's ever been like directly adapted, but there's been a lot of scripts written based on our books before, like, you know, Kill or Be Killed, Incognito, you know, there's a Coward even, you know. Like,
Joe, thanks for my awesome sketch. You're sending it to Acid. Have fun with this one and have a great evening. Thank you, Ramona.
Like, they've never quite gotten the voice of
Appreciate it
our work
very
right,
much. Thanks for the
and
gig.
I think that, like, that was it for me, of like why I was decided, like, because honestly, the worst thing you could do as a writer would be to try to adapt your own material into a TV show or a movie, because the worst thing that you could ever do as like
I'm probably going to blow out soon myself, actually.
is be a showrunner on something you really care about, that you feel is your own self-expression. I personally don't love talking about my creative process. I prefer to just, I like to move forward and just make things. Like, that has been how Sean and I have built this career, is that we just didn't stop and worry about what people were saying about our books. We just kept making more books. And so for me, that part of the process is the hardest, of like having to deal with what people are saying about it, or people saying, oh, maybe you should do this, or should you try this, and having to learn to just be like, nope, that's not what I want to do. No, and then putting the wall down of like, no, and we're done talking about it, let's move on. Like, that is, like, it's difficult, but the fact is, like, I had Oscar nominated screenwriters like adapting my stuff before, and it ended up feeling like, I don't know how to describe it. It just didn't feel like me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it was missing like whatever the humanity part of what I do is. And if you just follow like the plots of what I do and you don't get the characters right, then the magic or whatever it is that is what me and Sean make, or what me and, you know, Marcos make, like, that part can just be missing, and then it just sort of seems like anything else, you know, like I've seen scripts for some of my stuff that come in feeling like the Fast and Furious or John Wick or something, where you're just like, oh no, like, I like those things. I mean, I love those things, and especially the first John Wick movie I love, but like the like, and I've watched all the Fast and Furious movies a bunch of times, but that's not criminal, you know?
Right.
And so finding that voice and making sure it felt like me, like, that's why I was so willing to like go through like the misery of being a TV show runner on Criminal, actually, because it is one of the hardest jobs you could ever have, and it's stressful and exhausting, and it eats up, you know, your every waking moment. But like, it's such a hard job. But then there's been so many times where I like watch a playback, or, you know, I'm sitting on set next to Dee Reese on an Apple Box watching Emilia Clarke do a monologue that's like the best performance of her entire career, you know, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit, I wrote that. Like,
That's awesome.
And, you know, like honestly, we did like a week of reshoots in May in LA, actually. We just like did a bunch of interiors and disguised some exteriors. And I actually directed second unit on that. So like, in the first 4 episodes, there's little pieces here and there that I actually directed even. So it's like, I really feel my hand all over this thing. And, you know, like, I directed an action scene with Charlie Hunnam. Like, that's pretty fucking cool. You know? I mean, they don't stand out when you're watching the show. It's just, you know, it's like anytime second unit's just supposed to look identical. But yeah, it's just fun. And so there were just so many times where all the pain was worth it. And now that the show is done, and hopefully there'll be news coming out about it soon and stuff, but you know, it was just so rewarding for the amount of pain that I went through, and the amount of times where it was just so out of my wheelhouse of like, why does everybody else get to have an opinion? And I'm like, oh yeah, because it's their money.
And now, a quick word from one of our sponsors. As one of the most innovative comic publishers, Vault Comics has released some of the most exciting independent comics of the past 10 years. Vault's current panel, that's one word, at checkout. So go to Vault's website and use the code OFFPANEL at checkout for 10% off your entire order. And now, back to the show.
I'm drawing pickles all over the place because I'm hungry,
The Knives, which is your new
and I want to
with,
eat some
Phillips'
pickles.
Sean and Jacob, with Sean drawing and lettering and Jacob coloring it. I'm going to do the solicit. I'm going to tie this back into what you're saying, I swear. Here's the solicit. 3 dark journeys wind around each other over a decade, like sharks hunting for a kill.
I'm Dan Coe, and I've spent my career taking on tough fights. I helped fix the damage from Trump's first term and confronted his lies head on. Now I'm running for Congress because if Trump's not backing down, neither am I.
This isn't the Wonderland I grew up with.
Cartoonist Jacob Kurtz goes to Hollywood in the era of peak TV to work on an adaptation of his comic strip, only to find himself caught up in the life of his aging aunt and the vultures circling her estate. Angie was raised in Undertow, but now everything she loves has been taken from her. She's on the streets with vengeance on her mind, her eyes on the city's kingpin. And finally, Tracy Lawless is home from the Special Forces, finally a civilian again, but he's in bad shape, and this city has always brought out the worst in him. These three tales collide in The Knives, a breathtaking noir story about greed, ambition, heartbreak, and blood ties. I've read it. I've already told you. I read it originally in May, and I'll say out loud what I told you by email. I think this might be my favorite thing that you and Sean have done together. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I do want to bring up something that ties into what you were just talking about. Jacob Kurtz takes his comic strip to Hollywood and finds that they remove a lot of the black humor and a lot of the kind of satirical elements that make the comic the comic. It kind of takes the heart out of the book. I don't know. That sounds familiar. And how much of this book was? I mean, maybe just the Jacob parts, but how much of it was you kind of navigating some experiences from your own life?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't have Jacob's experience there. The only part of it that's probably tracks with my own like early years in like when I moved down to Hollywood. Like I'd done like 3 or 4 TV pilots when I lived in Seattle, and I would just like fly down for meetings and pitch ideas. And so I'd sold like 3 or 4 pilots before I moved to LA, but like I moved down to LA to work on a movie and to work with Refn, and ended up doing a couple TV pilots and working with a couple different producers. And one of them, there was this time we sold Velvet to NBC, and then they came back and pitched what they wanted me to change Velvet to. And I said, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not. So I said, but I can do that idea, but not call it Velvet if you want. And they were like, okay. And then I was like, okay, well then you're not optioning my book. And then I just like wrote this pilot that I just fucking hated. And there was this sense at the time I was just like kind of ashamed that I had just like gone out and tried to like hustle. And I don't know. There was some part of me that was like felt dirty about that. Like, well, I don't want to do that as Velvet, but I'll write that as this other thing. And it was so, I remember being like 10 pages in and going, well, this isn't even my idea. This is their thing. They just wanted more. They just wanted something like Moonlighting. Yeah. I pitched Velvet, and they pitched it back to me. It's like, what if she's like a young agent who's helping the man? And this is women who were pitching this to me, by the way. This was just wild. It's wild. A bunch of middle-aged women going, we're not sure if we can get this middle-aged woman TV show on. And it was like, wow, okay. But so some of that era was slightly influential on that first chapter, but really the stuff about the ant was really the only part that really came from my real life. I just kind of wanted to imagine like Jacob is like the most anxiety ridden part of me. Like Leo and Ricky and Jacob are all sort of different parts of me, I think. Leo's kind of like the idealized version of what I wish I could be or something, in a way, like super cool, doesn't get upset, can pickpocket people, perfect heist planner, like, all this shit, like just takes no shit kind of guy. And Ricky's like the fuck up, side of me, and Jacob is like the anxious guy who'd rather just be home drawing comics, Like I wanted to sort of explore what a post-nervous breakdown Jacob would be like in Hollywood at that time. And also, like, you probably noticed, it's a Kafka-esque story about Hollywood. Yeah. He doesn't wake up as a cockroach, he wakes up as a TV writer. Yeah. Completely lost his own compass. And that was really part of it, was like, I think when I was writing that, I was really fighting hard not to lose my own compass, because I was, getting notes from the studio, I was getting notes from directors, I was getting notes from actors, I was getting notes from, at the time, my co-showrunner, like, you know, like there was just everybody had opinions, you know, like everybody has their own agenda. And, you know, when you're the person at the top of the totem pole, learning how to manage that and sort of, you know, I really wanted everybody to feel like they were all just a big part of the process, and it was like this thing we were all doing together. And I realized that there are hierarchies for reasons, you know, like in things like this where there's just this many moving parts. Somebody asked, like, I always just said as a joke, like, art isn't a democracy, you know, and it just isn't. Like, you know, maybe democracy isn't a democracy anymore, who knows, but definitely art isn't a democracy, and a TV show isn't a democracy. Like, at the end of the day, the person who's fighting with the studio over the vision of the show is the showrunner, you know, and you're either caving or you're fighting or you're explaining your side of why you want to do the thing that you do and getting them on board, which is the smartest way to go, as opposed to just fighting with them because they're your partners. They're like funding this thing. They obviously, you should have to constantly remind them of the things that they loved about it. And you know, and first season show too, like they're like every network or studio is always much more hands-on with the first season show, with the first season showrunner. You know, like I was like co-showrunner on the Refn thing, but you know, that was Refn. Nobody's assuming that I'm going to be like Nicholas Refn. You know? So it was that. I think when I started writing that book, like that was kind of what I was going through, was like that losing your voice. And I sort of pitched like the darkest version of it to myself of like, how would Jacob handle this? Because I'm much more capable of a person than Jacob. You know,
he is a bit of a lovable disaster at times. I enjoy.
Oh no, yeah. He's great, but you know, he's schizophrenic and has, you know, mood disorders and on a lot of medication that I'm not on and stuff. So.
I have to admit, there's 3 little Jacob bits that when I saw, and I don't want to get too much further into like the you overlapping, but the 3 bits where I was like, I feel like Ed really does not like the phrase IP. I don't think that Ed likes people calling his comics graphic novels when they're comics. And I 100% believe that you could have made a zine with an article called 12 Reasons Why You Suck inside of it. I'm not
zine from like 1992, that nasty thing. Yeah, that was me and Tom Hart and John Lewis.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was the name of our zine. It was called That Nasty Thing. We did a zine where we spied on our roommates at a boarding house and secretly recorded their conversations. We were terrible people. But it was a hilarious zine because we lived in a boarding house with like a random assortment of people in the university district in Seattle. And it was nuts. But yeah, that's our actual zine. I like the term graphic novels, but I figured Jacob, as a person doing a comic strip, would be mortified every time someone referred to it as a graphic novel. So I was kind of making fun of the idea that the way Hollywood, like I've been going to Hollywood long enough that like I had the experience, like Brian Bendis and I had that similar experience where you show up for a meeting with like some producer at Sam Raimi's office or somewhere like that. And the producer's like, what's this meeting about? What are you, one of these comic book guys? Like when I first started going there, like the assistants read comics and they would tell people like, oh, you got to meet this guy. And so like Brian and I and a few other people were like those guys. And so you'd go down there and the people you're meeting with had never heard of you and hadn't looked at anything you did. But now all those assistants are like running companies. So like now it's like, you know, if someone doesn't know who I am, I'm like, well, have you heard of the Winter Soldier? You know? Yeah. Like that pretty much does it. So
I wanted to talk about its origins. You talked about the suit or the ant already, and about how that was kind of like rooted, one of the core ideas of it. But one of the things that was interesting, I am curious if this is true. The afterword, it says you wrote the afterword in April 2024.
Oh. That is an incorrect date. Someone found a typo in my book.
My bad. Okay, I was like, man, you've been done with this for a really long time. Either way,
we can't fix that.
Maybe the second print. My bad. I didn't mean to point that out. But I am curious as to like, you've been away from Criminal for a while now. You've been doing Reckless. You've been doing Where the Body Was. You've been doing How to Be Unholy. You've been doing things like that. What exactly inspired the return to Criminal? Was it just the show?
Yeah, I think just doing the TV show and figuring like, you know, look, I love the show, but even if the show were something that I ended up having not been super proud of. Like, it was going to be a big, slick, expensive commercial for my books. And, you know, Robert Wright is one of my best friends, so I know I know enough to be doing Criminal when the Criminal TV show comes out.
Yeah.
But also, I just had a bunch of ideas, like working on the show and like starting to work with the actors, and you know, you talk to like the people in the writing staff and the producers and all of my crew. Like, they were all so into the books. They were all like reading the books, and you know, fucking Kadeem Hardison, when he auditioned for the show, he like brought his fucking Criminal hardcovers and was like holding them up. He's like, geez, you got to make me gnarly. So like, people were so into the books, and people kept bringing them up to me on set to sign, and you know, it was just like so overwhelming. And I just, you know, I suddenly was flooded with like ideas. I've got like ideas for like 5 or 6 more books. Like, though the thing actually after we're doing this Ricky book, which we're about halfway through right now. That'll come out probably early next year at this point. And then the thing we're doing after that is a new sort of non-criminal thing. But then we'll probably come back and do some more criminal after that. But I just had an idea that I'm just kind of, that's nagging at me, and I'm like, all right, I guess I have to write that.
Did you always view, because the thing that's interesting about this book is it's like a triptych. It has the multiple leads. It has like the different chapters where you kind of have a focus character for each of them, where it's Angie, and it's Jacob, and it's Tracy, and you have these different characters. Did you always envision the Knives as this, like, I mean, it is the longest, I think it's the longest graphic novel you've ever done together.
Original one, yeah. Cruel Summer as a story is like 100 pages longer, probably.
Okay.
But that was serialized over a year or 9 months.
So it's the longest like graphic novel first, original graphic novel you have. Did you always envision this as one story, or did you have kind of individual like narratives that you're like, these actually work really well together?
Oh no, I came up with it all as one. I wanted to do, like, especially after like Where the Body Was, which you know, I'm really proud of that book and how it has all these different stories that overlap and structurally, you know, like plays with you a lot as a reader. And Cruel Summer, you know, like every chapter in Cruel Summer is narrated, you know, sort of like close third-person narration from a different character's point of view, kind of like Game of Thrones or something. And so I think I'd been getting frustrated at the page length of the graphic novels that we've been doing, and I really wanted to do something that I just didn't have to worry about how long it was as I was writing it. And so I just told Sean, I'm like, I have no idea how long this one's going to be. Like, and I think he was terrified.
He was like, great, thanks, Ed.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's like, so it's like, and there were times where I had to stop working on it for like a week or two because of the show, because I was so buried. But then Sean was doing art for stuff for the show, so he had stuff to keep him busy. But yeah, no, the idea always was to blend those 3 stories together. And also, like, it's the first criminal story that's gone beyond, like My Hero Left the City, Junkies, takes place in like 2016, I think, or 2018, I think. But like none of the main characters' stories had ever gone anywhere up towards modern times. Like, you know, because Coward takes place in like 2008 or something like that, and you know, so, and then a lot of those books take place in the past, you know. So I just had this sense of like Drew Pearce, who's a film writer. He wrote like the Iron Man 3 and one of he wrote Hobbs and Shaw. He's written a bunch of movies. He's a friend of mine, and he asked one day, he's like, "What's going to happen to that girl that grows up in the Undertow?" Yeah, this is like 10 years ago, and that just kind of nagged at me forever. And so I wanted to do a story that was like sort of about Jacob and Angie, and I realized early on that Tracy had a place in this story, and you know, they're all in the show. Like, so I kind of wanted to, like, the girl who plays Angie is, you know, one of my favorite actors, this little kid, Aaliyah. And I just was kind of like, oh, I want to see what happens to her when she grows up. And I remember telling her that she was going to be a cat burglar. And then Jordan, seeing the smile on her face, was like, you don't steal cats. So like, oh, okay, what is it? But yeah, I don't know. It was like a combination of working on the show and just sort of, just having a lot of ideas. I always have a notebook filled with like various criminal ideas, but some of them are like new characters. Like there's a couple of new characters coming. There was a story we did a couple years ago called Teague's Christmas Carol. That was like a 70s thing about Teague, and it mentioned him having a sister. And there's like a whole other side to the Lawless family that we haven't met yet, like the sister's kids. And I was like, oh, the Lawless cousins need to come back.
I think that's the interesting thing about Criminal as like a narrative world, like as a place for you to write in, is the fact that like you can say like one thing and then it unlocks this entire side that you could just tell a story about, because that's what Criminal lets you do, right?
Yeah. That was always the idea. I mean, Frank Miller was like a mentor of mine early on, and when I started Criminal, I sent him like the first issues to look at because I wanted him to see it, and just also to say like, and this is kind of like my version of Sin City, but instead of like if Marv jumped out a window in Criminal and landed on a cop car, he'd die. That'd be the end of the story. And he was laughing about it, but then he got super into it. He's like, yeah, it's not like Sin City at all. He's like, it's like Parker or something. I was like, oh, yeah, like that. But it feels so personal to me just because so many bits and pieces of my own life are in these characters. Like there's a scene in the show in the final episode of the season, a Tracy scene, and I've never been able to get through it in the edit without having like tears in my eyes, because to me it's so personal, and like every word that you're hearing is like something that's taken directly from my life and my past and in this one moment. And it's just, to me, I was just like, holy shit, it's like exercising your demons on screen,
Yeah.
Like, so Criminal has always just felt very, to me, it compares more to like Love and Rockets than, Parker or something like that. Cause I just want to see what happens with these characters next, but they're all criminal. So there's plots, there's plots, but really it's like you rejoin these characters and you're like, oh, now they're 10 years older,
I think it sounds like you get more out of the series the more you read. That's a great little hook there. I read the first two.
2000 AD has a
I
whole
thought they were
universe of
great.
characters from Judge Dredd and Strontium Dog through to Rogue Trooper, Zenith, Shakara, and many more. In every weekly issue, you get 5 action-packed stories from incredible creators, including Garth Ennis, Rob Williams, Alex DeCampi, and Dan Abnett. Get a print subscription and it'll arrive. Do you think that that's the interesting thing is like, it is called Criminal, but like, it's not really purely about them being criminals. Like, Jacob is just like living his life. And like Angie in her own way is just living her life. Like Tracy in his own way, this is like very much a
Enjoy banking with a twist of convenience. Part bank, part cafe. Perfectly unexpected.
Hi. My daughter's in ballet, and
like the Knives is a journey for him figuring out what his life is supposed to be. Yeah. And I find that to be really interesting, because it's like, it's sure that they are criminals, but it isn't the thing that kind of defines them in a lot of ways, which I find to be a fascinating thing for a book called Criminal.
Yeah, well, that was always my intent, was that it's just the world that they live in. It's not,
right.
They're like, this is why almost none of the stories are ever really about the mob boss people. Like, like I love The Sopranos. The Sopranos is probably the best TV show ever made, I think, but or debatably, but I'm not that interested in the people in the higher up positions, because I don't feel like that resonates with regular people on the same level. Like, it's different, like I'm always more interested in Christopher in a way, like these lower level guys who are under the pressure. But even that's like almost too inner circle. Like, whereas Criminal, like our characters are all the red shirts, right? Our world, like they are blue collar as fuck. Like, none none of them are trying to plot their big last score before they retire forever. You know, they're all, you know, if they get a big score and go to the beach for a few months, that's it. They're coming back to their life after that and being like, okay, what's the next score? You know, like, and that's where it compares to Parker, which is like Parker does enough to live how he needs to live, and then he doesn't work for until he has to again, till the money starts to run out. Like, but that's a very blue collar kind of working man way to, you know. I had somebody inside Amazon the other day say that Criminal appeals to the forgotten man, and I was like, yeah, it does. Like, I think Criminal has the same appeal as all those Taylor Sheridan shows. Really, it's just, you know, it's not one of them.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. It's like you were talking about Kadeem Hardison and being like, I really want to play gnarly. And like the thing is, even beyond that, it's like you have like I'm never gonna be able to see myself in like Tony Soprano, but I could see myself in like Ricky Lawless, or I could see myself in Tracy Lawless, even to some degree. I had a very dark side when I was like 5 years old. Ed. I know it's really hard to believe. My parents thought that I wouldn't be able to go to school because it was such a rageaholic. I got over it though. I do want to bring up one thing that I think is interesting related to the cast of the book. I don't want to get into it because it's the end of the book, but I think that where Tracy's story ends is very interesting in particular because it kind of feels like it's the type of plot point where it feels like it's something you've been building to this entire time. I mean, obviously, like there was the question about what happened to Angie that you got from Drew Pierce, I believe it was, but do you have the timelines for these characters figured out to some degree, or is it largely making them up when you need to?
Honestly, it's a little bit of both. Like I knew how that story was going to end, but I didn't know until I started writing it, like that Tracy twist at the end. Like, and that was kind of like, that came to me during writing the early parts with Tracy in the story, because I was like, oh, like I knew he was going to be instrumental in her story, but I didn't know what that would mean exactly and how that would play out. And, you know, and I haven't figured out what to do with that next yet. So, he doesn't star in the next book, you know, like the next book takes place like 2 years before Coward.
Do you think in some ways that, like, when you go into a book like this, I don't know, it reminds me of Mark Wade one time told me about how he doesn't know what the solution to a cliffhanger he sets up for himself is. Like when he finishes on a cliffhanger, he's going to figure out after that. Do you kind of go in knowing the general direction that you want to take a character, but you have to like have their journey reveal itself to you as you're telling it in a way?
Yeah, I'll write. I usually, for that book, I think I wrote down about like 8 or 10 pages of stuff about each character, like, you know, or, well, not 8 or 10 about each character, but 8 or 10 pages of stuff that sort of detailed Jacob and Angie and Hyde's son, you know, who's like the new Mr. Hyde in town. And, you know, and then Tracy, like I probably wrote about a page of stuff about Tracy and what his condition is when he arrives home, etc. And, you know, so I knew the basic movements of the story, but I always try to leave myself a lot of open space to make decisions on the page, and you know, but especially this time because I didn't have a limit on my page count. It was very much like, you know, like, oh, I'm just going to write these chapters as long as they need to be. That's why some of the chapters are like 50 or 60 pages long, and some of them are like 20. You know?
Right.
And so, yeah, I don't know. I've learned.
Can you tell that I'm hungry?
Learned to just sort of trust myself.
As I draw
Like, I would
pickles.
never, if I were doing that, like what Mark is doing, I could totally write a cliffhanger and assume I'm going to figure it out. But I've been writing these stories for long enough now, too, that I know that I leave myself like things in the everything I write has so many like layers that if you look back you're like, oh, that was about that. So it's like I can always see where I've left myself, like, oh, that means that this. But also I feel like there's some kind of magic that happens sometimes when you're writing a story where you feel like you're leading towards something and you don't know how the hell you're going to resolve it or what is going to happen here, and then you're like, oh, that thing from earlier. Oh, that can tie in. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. And You know, like this just happened on the movie script for Reckless, actually, that I'm working on right now. And just like having suddenly like all these little pieces like collide together, and you're like, oh, that was perfect. That almost as if it was planned. And so I feel like after you write enough stuff, like subconsciously, you can kind of, you know, your brain is moving the stuff around even when you don't realize you're doing it. Because sometimes I'm laboring over a thing, and then I'm like, wait, it's right here. Why am I cutting this? It's. I said it in the last paragraph, you know. So it's just.
I do think that's the interesting thing, because it's like you can make connections that you're like, oh, this fits perfectly. I didn't plan it that way, but it's like it just kind of naturally comes around. I don't want to talk about the specifics about it, but when I was rereading the book last night, there was one scene in the first chapter where a character in the background has a look of like kind of disgruntledness.
Yeah.
And Sean drew it in a way that I was just like, I didn't notice it the first time. And I noticed it the second time, and I was like, oh man, this adds up. This is crazy.
I actually put that in the script to have that character giving that look, but to have it be a thing that we barely notice, that if you went back and looked at it a second time, you'd notice. Like that's
Look at
literally
this
what I
guy.
wrote in the script.
Look at that guy.
A little bit of shade, but not so much shade that we pay attention. So that one was planned.
Yeah. In your afterward, you talk about how the suitcase was one of like I think it was your uncle's suitcase, right?
Yeah.
How did that lead to this?
Well, so my aunt Sarah Jane was married to my uncle John Paxton, who was a famous screenwriter in Hollywood in the 40s and 50s. He wrote The Wild One and On the Beach and Murder My Sweet. And
nice.
A bunch of movies. His last feature that he wrote was this thing called Koch that Walter Matthau starred in.
Mm-hmm.
And when she was older, like in her late 90s, she had a bunch of people like sort of like take advantage of her, like just elder abuse kind of situations. And my brother and I and my dad tried to like help her and get her away from these people. And it was just this really messed up thing that happened. And as that was happening, my dad, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and died during that whole thing. And so it's like this really sort of PTSD thing for me. And I got this really nice email from Eddie Muller one day, and some friend of his had come into possession of some of my uncle's property and these cool old suitcases that he had that were like those old hard shell suitcases, and they were on his shelves. He had them like in this. It's hard to describe, but basically you open them and you could make like a little shelf, and it had like two shelves to put books on. And so they were like, it was like a traveling bookcase, basically. And so this had come into some friend of Eddie's possession, and he reached out to Eddie knowing that John was like a famous noir screenwriter, that Eddie might know somebody from the family or whatever. And so Eddie wrote to me to see if I wanted this thing. And I wrote back, it just triggered me in a really, I hate the word triggered, but it just made me I went off. Like I wrote back to him, and I was so, because the email he'd forwarded to me from the guy played up this woman who had taken advantage of my aunt as if she was this hero that had helped my aunt in her hardest years. And I was just like, oh man, everybody's got their own agenda. And I wrote back and just said, well, you can tell your friend that his friend was actually the villain. My aunt eventually had to be removed from her custody. And so it just, I wrote back and I was like, but you gave me an idea for a book. And, so there's like an elder abuse angle in the book, obviously, in that first chapter. There's some stuff about that, the aunt. But, most of what happens to that aunt, obviously, is fiction. Right. But yeah, that was kind of the inspiration for it, was just that weird, like her estate kind of got taken apart and sold to the, and just sort of stolen and picked at by vultures and stuff. And so hearing from somebody, like the only thing I managed to get before they disappeared was all of my uncle's old bound screenplays. Everything else that they basically was like disappeared, and it was a really huge learning. And this happened 20 years ago, or 15 years ago at this point. But it's just stuff like that just sticks with you, and you realize, like, oh, I'm still angry. So there was some hate in that initial part of the book, and then I realized, like, and that's, thinking it made me go back to sort of reliving my dad's last days, too, which was kind of fucked up. So, so I poured all that into a book because that's what I usually do because I don't go to therapy.
Are you ever surprised by, like, Houses Unholy is based on, like, built on, like, the satanic panic stuff that you were, like, you lived through. Like, it was like a moment in time that you were a part of. There's all kinds of stuff in Reckless that kind of is built from your own experiences and everything like that. Are you ever surprised by what makes its way into your own books?
Yeah, there was some stuff in Kill or Be Killed that I didn't think I'd ever write about, like childhood sex abuse and stuff that, like, I don't know. I think I spent, like, the vast majority of my career writing about child abuse without ever getting any very close to the kind of stuff that actually happened to me when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. So, like, and once that was down on the page and I was looking at it, I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm writing about this now. Yeah, like, but, I don't know. Yeah, I have been, especially Sean and I, like, the way we work is so instinctive at this point that, like, I know what I'm going to write about usually, but there's every scene that I've written in the last, several years for him has something where I was like, oh, I didn't know that was going to be in there. Yeah. So, I'm at this point, like, practically just a gardener. Like, if you, like, the outline for the Ricky book, I'm looking at it right now, is like 4 pages. And
is that a lot? I don't know.
The first chapter is 38 pages long or something. And
okay.
Like a 1-paragraph outline.
That's amazing.
So yeah, I feel like, but now I'm just so deep into the groove of it that it's just like any, if I run into a problem in a story, I'll always stop and take out my notebook and spend a few days walking around, trying to figure out a way to fix it. And, sometimes I have to go back and rewrite some stuff and change some stuff to make it work. But generally I try to, just keep moving forward and write, a few hours every day, like every morning. Still, like, I try to, there are some crazy weeks during production where I wasn't able to write except for on weekends. But, never a whole week goes by that I haven't written some pages for Sean, at least. Yeah, it's really the thing that sort of keeps me feeling like in touch with my own voice, I think.
I imagine, like, without you even thinking about it, or maybe I'm just thinking too much about it myself, that maybe it's easier to write about things you wouldn't with other people because you and Sean have been doing this for so long. Like, it's like you trust that he's going to be able to execute it in the way that will do it justice. And I just want to say, we haven't really talked about Sean so far. This is a very specific deep cut for me. I think the second panel of the book is one of the best things that Sean has ever drawn. It's the Jacob Kurtz looking out the window of the train. I don't know why. When I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, damn, he crushed this one panel. Sean killed it.
I mean, I think his art in this book, like, overall, is just insane. And
oh yeah,
there's not a page in there there's not one thing on there that I'm like, oh, that's fucking amazing. But, like, that whole first chapter of Jacob going to Hollywood and like living at that apartment complex and everything, like, that apartment complex is a real place that was, like, street from where I lived when I first moved there. And I knew actor friends who would come and stay there during pilot season, which is a thing that doesn't exist anymore. Chief from Battlestar, Aaron Douglas, used to always come there every year, and we'd all get together, like me and him, and Will Wheaton lived across the street from me at the time, and so we'd always get together during pilot season with him, and it was like, all these out-of-town actors and from other countries would come in and audition for shows, like, and they'd live there for like a month and just audition for stuff, and if they got something, then they'd go rent a house.
Yeah. And I loved Becky, the person that Jacob remembered from his youth and everything like that. The funny thing about that is that's just like an archetype that you could kind of fill in with anybody. Like, you're talking about Chief from Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. No offense, Aaron, but it's just like you can envision that person in your head because everyone's kind of got that Becky in their life.
Yeah. Well, the person who lived next door to me when I first moved down there was was like a woman who did music for Sesame Street when she was starting out, and became a person who wrote theme song music for sitcoms in the 80s, and did like sitcom music. Like she did like Webster and stuff. And she was like, yeah, I like doing music for sitcoms because you never got notes. But like it was like when I was living like a block away from Disney, and like there was just like, you know, almost everybody who worked on my streets worked somehow in the industry, either like as an accountant or a producer or, you know, and it was just like, oh wow, okay. It really felt like I moved to a factory town and everyone worked for the factory. And you know, I live in Silver Lake now, and you know, like I see like Mike Mills walking his dog on the street and stuff, and it's weird. Like one of the Sklar brothers once helped my wife and I save a baby squirrel, and we didn't discuss that he was one of the Sklar brothers at all. But it's just like, it's weird when you lived in LA for long enough that you just stop paying attention to celebrities. I was like, oh, okay, so those are just people who work a job.
And now, a quick word from one of our sponsors. This October, Oni Press and Spectre Vision are proud to present High Strangeness, a startling new 5-part experiment in comic book storytelling. Inspired by first-hand accounts of real paranormal encounters within the dimly lit borderlands of human experience, each 40-page prestige format chapter of High Strangeness will interrogate overlapping phenomena like UFOs, hauntings, and cryptid sightings that together seem to indicate a higher, unseen order of reality. Teaming Spectre Vision co-founder and real-life experiencer Daniel Noah with an otherworldly cast of comics talents, including Christopher Cantwell of the entire experience. And I really enjoyed all the stuff he did with Hollywood there. But I do two quick things I want to bring up with Sean really quick. I love how he did the art for Basil Beaver with Private Eye. I thought he did an amazing job on that. And there's this 3-panel sequence.
Ugh.
If Suarez can be a fan now, and anyone can be a great fan with Walmart, then why not make a video game?
Where Jacob reads the scripts for Frank Kafka and realizes how different they are from the comic strip. And there's just this eye that pops up, and it is so goddamn perfect, Ed. It is unbelievable. Sean killed it. Good job, Sean. Good job, Jacob.
Yeah, no, those guys really did kill it. Yeah, the weird comic that Jacob does. So you liked that? I was like, what are people going to think about Jacob becoming a funny animal artist? That's so weird.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was great. I mean, you know, why not? He's going into this different phase in his life.
Originally, I knew he was going to go back to doing a comic. But then when I was writing the story and he's like making fun of the guy by drawing him as a beaver or a rat or a weasel or whatever.
What was it? Was it a weasel? I think it was something like that. Yeah. It's a bit more graphic than Basil Beaver was.
Yeah. Yeah. But I suddenly liked the idea that he figured out a way to express himself again on paper, and that he really just wanted to do that. And I think that idea of like Jacob just being happy to just sit and do the smallest version of his cartoonist dream, like that to me is like one of the hearts of the whole story, is really about that. Like about how like the older you get, the sort of more your ambition goes from like this to like this, as like this can still feel incredibly ambitious as long as I have the freedom to do the exact creative thing I want to do.
Yeah.
It's like I don't need a million people reading a thing if it's what I want it to be. And it's like, it really takes a long time as a creator for you to get there, where you suddenly are like, I just care about the work. I don't really, the success part of it. Like, I feel like so many creative artists, we spend so much of our lives thinking about success and chasing success while also trying to chase art at the same time. And it really like, you know, can really get in your head. So I like the idea that Jacob had this moment in Hollywood and made him realize, like, you know what? I'm actually pretty happy just sitting in the art studio drawing a comic for myself, you know?
I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to give up Hollywood immediately, especially because you're just finishing up a show, but like, is that something you ever feel? Like, when you come back to comics, do you kind of feel like this is nice?
Oh, always. I mean, comics is the best. Like, comics is... I mean, I'm not a novelist, so I don't know. I would imagine being a novelist feels pretty freeing, too. But, yeah, just writing the scripts and sending them to Sean or sending them to Marcos. Like, I work with two artists that I trust implicitly with my scripts, and that they're going to draw it really great, and I have total control of like me and Sean design those books. Like Sean designs them, I give him some feedback. Like it's like Marcos designs everything. We have total creative control of everything we do, and so like for me, if the worst version of this show had happened, where it was like a thing, I was like, well, I don't love it, but I'm sure 50 million people will watch it, I'd still be okay with that. I just wouldn't spend more years of my life trying to like work on it, because it wouldn't be like, I'd be like, well, anybody can do that, Right. If it's gonna be a thing I care about, then I have to do it. But yeah, I ultimately, I mean, no one stays working in Hollywood forever. It's that job is for young people. Like I could probably do this for another 10 or 12 years or so, but then I can't imagine, being, much older and trying to like deal with that. Though, you maybe get to a level where it's much easier because you've been around doing it for so long that you've got like the streamlined version like I get with comics, So like I had a much easier time in comics coming up through Marvel and DC than a lot of people did too, though. But because I just sort of do my own thing, and usually it's does okay, and the editors just are kind of like, yeah, he does his own thing. So I'm starting to get to that point in Hollywood where people realize that it's better to sort of trust me and let me do my thing. And if I can keep doing that, then great. But this industry is constantly changing. Like the Hollywood that I started working in like 20 years ago, when I sold my first TV pilot or whatever, like 19 or 20 years ago, like that was a completely different animal than what we have now. Now we work in a tech industry, basically. Right. I'm not 100% sure like how any of these streamers are making money other than Netflix, which is just subscribers and they just make a TV show. But I don't know, like this market doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And like everybody in the industry, we all are kind of looking around going like, this was a really normal, successful, profitable industry for like 80 yeers. Like Sigourney Weaver's dad invented television. We even talk about Nepo babies, by the way. Talented actors of her entire life, like generation. But her dad invented the Tonight Show and the Today Show and the idea of the sitcom. Those are all still really things that could be really profitable and good. But we spent the last 10 years just sort of destroying sort of a sensible, profitable industry that everyone understood how it worked, and the systems that were in place that made a lot of sense. And now, like I talked to somebody who worked on The Pit, and they were saying like the streamer is trying to figure out how to get it out so quickly. And I was like, guys, you guys used to do 25 episodes a year, and there'd be 3 months off, and then it would start again. Now you can't figure out how to get 8 episodes on without a 3-year gap in between. It's like The Pit's doing 15 episodes, and like the Warner Brothers people are like, this is too much work. We used to do like network TV still does 25 episodes a year for a lot of shows, like FBI or all those CBS shows. So it's really weird. I feel like they just sort of. Initially, I thought it was really just a 10-year path to sort of take us back to cable TV, but through streamers, and just to get rid of the residuals for the creatives, because they really changed that part of it. But now I really just feel like they don't really, like there wasn't much of a plan, because to do that, you would still need to put out like 10 to 20 something episodes a year if you're recreating the old television system. But yeah, everybody's stuck at like 6 to 8 episodes now for everything. And everything's more expensive too. So,
I mean, it does seem like it's about the pursuit of new. And it's funny how like you have, like you brought up The Pit. The Pit just had the second season trailer hit. And people are like, what is this witchcraft? How did they come out with another season already when like the first season just came out this year, basically? Yeah. Or like one of my favorite shows is Slow Horses on Apple TV Plus. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. But like they're like bringing out the seasons like crazy. I mean, it's like basically 2 seasons a year since it premiered. I mean, there have been like 6 seasons in between seasons of Wednesday.
Yeah.
And
They have that trailer for the next thing, like the next season at the end of the season you just finished. So you're like, oh, great. They've already, it's just like this incentive to keep hooked.
Yeah. I mean, and they're only 6 episode seasons, but at the same time, it's just like when they're constantly coming and they're always so good. It's just.
It feels substantial, though. Like, yeah, it's a lot. Like, 6 episodes and it's a British model more. Like, but British TV will do 3 episode seasons depending on the show. So.
And they're like movie length at times, too.
Exactly. But yeah, no, I love that show. That was, Amelia and I would rave about that show when the last season was on while we were filming. She and I would talk about that when we got back to work every Monday.
Amelia Clark, you got great taste. I do think it's funny though because like you brought up Caliber earlier when you were talking about living with Brian, and it's like it is fascinating to think about how much comics has changed too because like you came up, you were writing and drawing comics for like a publisher that doesn't exist anymore, and then you get into Marvel and DC for this really, or you get Marvel in particular for like a really strong time for the comic industry, and then you move over to Image right at the right time when it's really blowing up, and like since then you've kind of gotten to a point where you are extremely stable in a market that's super weird for original comics quite often, and it is interesting to think about like how in a lot of ways comics haven't changed, but it's also just like always. Like you can look 5 years at a time and it's just dramatically different, like what options are available to people. And
we're doing our first single issue thing. We're putting out a criminal Christmas special this December, like a 48-page magazine. It's going to be on the newsprint interior stuff that Jake used for his Western comic. The Enfield Gang Massacre. Like Sean and I really loved that paper, so we're having like the one with like a matte finish cover and newsprint insides. And that's our first single issue since when we did Criminal last time before the pandemic.
Was that the bigger one or the single issue one? Like, because you did the magazine one.
We did magazines, but those were a long time ago. Those were like over 10 years ago. Like those, and that was like the 10th anniversary special. Yeah, that was almost 10 years ago. Was the last one. This is just going to be a comic-sized thing, about 48 pages. But like, we were just going to do it with a single cover, and then I was out to dinner with Kirkman, and he just rode me about like, look, dude, even I do variant covers now. He's like, if you wanna, he's like, you've got a TV show about to come out, and you're gonna put out a comic, like, dude, give retailers some incentive to keep it in stock. And I was like, all right. So we got like Marcos and a couple other people to volunteer to do variants for us for the first time. But that's the first time Criminal's ever had like a variant cover, because this has just become. And I realized like Taylor fucking Swift does variant covers of records, and I'm like,
right,
okay, this is just a thing that people in physical media do to survive now. And I'm like, oh my god, like we're not doing that on our books.
Right.
But like that's the one advantage of only doing graphic novels. But yeah, I always feel very lucky in, for a long time Bendis and I would joke about how we arrived everywhere like 5 years too late for the gold rush. But like, I don't know how it happened, but like Sean and I just continuing to put out comics, like we developed a readership, and and among them are comic book retailers. So like when we put out a new book, like it's an event for people, and like we can disappear for a year and come back with a book, and the book will still sell great, and comic book stores like us, and like, but we built that, and like this December thing too. If you're a comic book retailer listening, this is a print only single issue that is only available through comic stores. I am trying to, one of my goals for Criminal around the TV show is to continually try to create things that benefit the comics market specifically, because I grew up in comic book stores, but also like, comic book stores out there, there's still some out there from when we launched Criminal. They'll remember that like when we first started the book, I used to do these big mass mailings myself, that my wife and I and my friends Duffy and Caitlin would stuff envelopes with posters that we would print, and I would write a letter and sign it to every retailer, like basically like begging them to support this book and give it a chance, and telling them about like what kind of publicity we were trying to get. And I really did like serious like one-to-one outreach with retailers, and I mailed them myself. Like I didn't send it through the publisher or anything. It was all just direct from the desk of Ed Brubaker started. It was like that was stamped on the outside of those envelopes. It was so that retailers would not throw it away immediately. Oh, the guy who writes Captain America. Okay, I'll open this.
Yeah.
And that was like trying to take advantage of, Sean had just done Marvel Zombies, and I was doing Captain America, which was the biggest, Captain America run since, 20 years or something. And, so I was like, all right, I'm going to try and really do this. And, the retailers just supported the fuck out of it. Like they really came through for us, and they've always been our biggest supporters. And, like we sell half of our print runs through the comic stores and the rest through, select various online places like Amazon, and then the book market we do okay and stuff. But the comics market is still, our biggest customer and our biggest supporter. And so like I've been trying to figure out like more things that we can do to just sort of give comic stores a thing that they're the only ones that have. And I was like, okay. And I hate digital, so I was just like, let's digital now at this point. Like, how many lawsuits am I like part of now to sue AI for fucking scraping all of our work and stuff? And I just am like, they're too lazy to take pictures of it anymore. We just give them these pirate things. We made it way easy to pirate our work, by selling digital versions of it. And I just prefer like physical media for things like, why should comics not be physical? So I was like, let's make a thing that's physical media only for comic stores. Let's reward comic stores, and so we're doing that. And, that's partly in hopes that they buy a lot so that they have it in stock when the show comes out too. I'm like, hey, I've got this thing that you can only get here,
Well, I also want to say that like, I have to compliment you because I think that you all have done a really good job of making this all really easy on readers and retailers. And I'm gonna list off a few ways. One, I love the new collections of Criminal and how there's like uniform branding on it, and like you talked about Sean designing all that. Something like My Heroes Have Always Been Junkies, when that came out, that had no Criminal branding on it. This is the first time it's ever had that, and it's all uniform. So all the big old nerds out there like me who want to see their spines line up and stuff like that, it's perfect. It's great.
Have numbers because Kirkman just bugged me forever to.
I like how like Kirkman's just nagging you to do things basically.
He's like he's one of my best friends, but also like he knows what's obstinate about stuff. I have left a lot of money on the table in our career over the years by me and Sean being obstinate about like, no, we just want to do it this way. Like, and Robert was like, you've got a window here. Don't be your own worst enemy here. Like, don't be such a snob that you prevent yourself from actually profiting off of your TV show. And I was like, oh, okay.
Well, and the other thing you all have going too is you have a back catalog in a like a uniform back catalog in a market where a lot of people don't have that depth.
Yeah.
And all, I mean, to tie into the slow horses and all, you guys are kind of like comic book slow horses, and they always have something coming out.
Yeah.
And so, like, you can have, like, Kill or Be Killed and Fatale both had compendiums in the last couple years.
Yeah.
And then there's, I think we talked about this a little privately, but there was, like, the whole format boom going on where, like, things are coming out in digest and things are coming out in compendiums and stuff like that.
Try the smaller size for the Reckless paperbacks, actually.
And I think that would be great because, like, you originally wanted it to be like the airport novel sale, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially, if that movie ends up going. So that would be great.
But I think that you present a lot of options to readers and retailers, and you give all, like, the thing is like, what happens whenever you finish a TV show? It wants to start the next one. When you finish a Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips book, you have a list of books you can read next. And I think that is really powerful.
Yeah, Eric Stevenson was really helpful. Our backlist moves a lot better than it used to. We used to just have a list of titles at the end. Yeah, it was like, that's impressive. But Eric's like, if you had like a little catalog at the end of the books, like 3 or 4 pages where you showed these covers, people would be more interested. And so we did that, and it was like, oh. and that's when I hired you to do that.
Neo Noir.
Yeah, which I want to do. I want to do something. You know, we need to add more to it, basically. But I want to try and do something like that. When I saw Chip doing the Darsky comic news, I looked at that format and I asked him how much it cost. Like, oh, I could print a bunch of just like criminal catalog, like and just send that to every retailer. Just send like a stack to every retailer for free. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, there's so many options of ways to do it. But yeah, I've been really trying to get ahead of the curve on making sure we had everything in stock when the show launches and that it's all very accessible to retailers. And, you know, I don't know if it's different than what other people do now, but when Sean and I first started, like, one of our big goals was to just be new reader friendly constantly. And to be a thing, like, I jokingly always said when I was doing Catwoman at DC, we did books that comic fans could give their girlfriends, was how we said it. And when I did Scene of the Crime, it was like I would hear from people like, oh, I gave this to my dad for Christmas. And so I was like, oh, we're doing dad books, or we're doing girlfriend books, or, you know, like, our stuff isn't necessarily aimed at like a superhero fan, you know, but now I just sort of feel like the fact that we've constantly just tried to do things that interest ourselves, but that also feel like every package you get is worth your time and money, hopefully. Like, we put together nice packages. We don't leave you with a cliffhanger. You know, you generally get to the end of one of our books and hopefully you feel like you've got a complete, satisfying story, you know, and like, now we just have such a huge catalog. We've got like 40 or 50 books in print at this point, and it's kind of insane. It's hard to keep up with. That part of it is daunting. Like, putting out the new books is easy, but keeping the old ones in print and viable and wondering. I'm so happy to have these single edition versions of Fatale and Kill or Be Killed. I kind of want to let the smaller versions go out of print and just have a single book because it's so much easier to keep it in print.
Do you think that those? I mean, it's very hard to say. You just know how much they've sold. But do you think that those types of books and having those other formats have helped you kind of uncover people who know? Because, like, here's a good example. My nephew will not read something that's not read a comic unless it's a complete story. It's just a thing. Do you think that it's helped unlock any new audience at all?
I think so. I think also, like, reformatting stuff in different editions always gives you a chance to grab somebody new because, you know, we're all comic people. Like, if I've missed the first issue of something, like, I went to the comic store the other day and I was trying to find, what is that book where it's the
Assorted Crisis Events.
Assorted Crisis Events. Yeah. I was trying to find Assorted Crisis Events and they just had issue 2. They said they couldn't keep it in stock. And so I was like, and he's like, well, issue 2 sort of stands on its own. I was like, okay. And I started thumbing through issue 2. I'm like, I think I need to read issue 1 first. People have told me it won't help. Like, as far as you really have to put a lot of work into figuring out what's happening. They were like, issue 1 isn't necessarily like the origin. And I was like, oh, okay. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like when I go to the stores, I always want to get, like, you know, if I miss the first issue, it's hard to follow a thing. Like, that's part of why I didn't want numbers on Criminal originally, because they're all standalone books. You can start with volume 6. In fact, volume 6 is a lot of people's favorite one because it's not connected to any of the other ones at all. It's just like what happens if Archie grows up.
Yeah.
Criminal. You know? And it's like, but that was a book where, you know, Roberto gave it to all of his writers on the Riverdale show as like, this is, you know, something you guys all should look at because it's a crazy take on Archie. You know, and I'm like, yeah, it's my version.
I think the funny thing about that is I remember maybe this is because you didn't have volume numbers, but I remember all the criminal arcs based off of their name. Like, when you say volume 6, I'm like, Last of the Innocent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's still how it's interesting. We have the numbers now, but we're still branding them, you know, with the title on the cover like that. So, and Sean gets to do a new logo for each book then that way too, like a double logo kind of. So yeah, that was really hard to crack, like how to do the criminal branding, you know, in a really bold way, but that also left us enough room for, especially on the ones where I started getting really wordy with the titles. Like, holy crap, it took logo covers her in the entire cover.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
The cover definitely looks a fair bit different than the other ones because it is like completely across her face.
Yeah.
But I think Sean did a great job with it.
Oh yeah, no, that is one of my favorite ones for the new redesigns. Actually, you know, it's kind of crazy to think that by the time when the show started, we had 10 books. Now the 11th book is coming out on Wednesday. You know, and you know, when that goes out of print, we'll put out the paperback version with the Criminal branding across the top, and you know. So that's like the plan for the Criminal hardbacks is you just do like the one printing in hardback and you know, and then we'll do more deluxe editions for the future stuff too.
Well, no matter what format it's coming in, I'm excited about it. But Ed, that is all I have for you. Thank you so much for coming on to talk about Criminal, the show, the comic, the whatever. I appreciate you.
It's a lot.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
There's a lot going on there, man. 40 Criminal books. I got some catching up to do.
This property on the market.
Love the crown molding.
Oh, wait until you see.
Okay. All right, so I've got 5 o'clock. Time to go home. Time to put my sneakers in the closet and change my sweater so that it's goes in the closet. And I put my sweater in the closet. And then after I put my sweater in the closet, I put my jacket on. And then I put my shoes on. And then it's time to go home. And I'll see you guys next Wednesday at noon, probably, noon Eastern. And I will share this with Ramona to see if she wants it because it's her idea. And I figured I might as well finish it while I'm in a Jeff the Shark mood because otherwise it could sit in my pile for a long time. So here we go. Ramona, what do you think? I got to sign it. Came back because of Acid telling me about it. Also mine. It's your idea. Did you want me to send this one to Acid as well? I'm going to sign it up here. I'm going to put Idea Ramona. I hope you don't have to work in the morning. That's all I'm saying. Because it must be, it must be almost midnight where you are. It's so nice of Acid to keep tabs on it for you. See how it worked out with the body? The first one helped me figure it out. It did, but also I was working with a different drawing from a different artist, and so I got hooked. Let me see if I can find the drawing I was working with. Oh, right here. I was working with this guy, and I got hooked on the jaw here. And so this is a different kind of drawing than this, which is more like a anime manga style mouth. And so I got hooked on the mouth structure that was going on here, and I couldn't let that go. So it did help when I did this. I could translate this into that. I could let go of this guy and go in this direction. So that's where my brain was. So yeah, by the time I finish this one, I'm not even thinking of this guy anymore. So that's where we're at. I see a mistake already. I gotta white this out. His arm should not be behind his head on this side. So, should I create another Ramona special? What do you think? You're both so good. Love the pizza. I love this pizza right here. Look at this slice. It's folded. He's got that oily style pizza, which is like dripping. Here's a drip. Jeff loves that oily pizza, man. And I always like the energy on this one. These guys are flying. So let's wipe this part off. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I let this go today and moved on to another drawing. I'm not sure I would ever come back to it. So I figured while I'm in a Jeff the Shark mode, just like yesterday and the week before, I was in a Hulk mode. Let me show you the Hulk piece. Where's the Hulk piece I've been working on? Sonia got her hair done yesterday, and I went with her. I brought the Hulk drawing. Where'd it go? Oh well, I guess we'll see it next week. So the Hulk figure I was working on is almost done. Yes, that's what we're looking for, folks. He's missing a finger. Technically, no, because it's behind his hand, but I can add it for you. Cool. Ramona idea. Should we create another Ramona special? And I'll send them both to Acid. Then I have a feeling that other Jeff the Shark people are going to see these, and I'm going to get more. I'm going to get more Jeff the Shark requests. So technically, the shipping profile on this would be less. Let's do 8 to 11 ounces on this one. Show Acid both. Okay. Show them both at once. Pan out, maybe. Looks great, says Acid. Please, I'm good with my max. Haha. I'm getting both. Too good. AB. What's AB mean? AB, is that A and B? Which you like better? You definitely will share on IG for sure. These look great, says Acid. You should post them on IG wherever you are. I will. I've been really neglectful of my social media, but these will definitely go up. You need to compete in your new cover competition. Yes, they'll be they'll be in the slot next year for March Cover Madness. This is the real Jeff. Absolute Batman. Oh yeah, you're good with your Absolute Batman. In other words, you sure you don't want another Jeff the Shark sketch? Okay, so that's where we are. That's where we're at, folks. That was fun. I admit it. Let's do another one. What do you say? I'm Jeff the Shark in it. I should probably put a little bit. Get some Taco Bell going, get some pizza going, get some Mickey D's going, Mickey D's fries, which contain a drug which makes you want to go to McDonald's just for their fries. Highly addictive. They need to compete in your new cover competition. Oh, you want to see one against the other? We can do that sooner. We don't have to wait for March Cover Madness if you want to see a direct contest between these two. And Acid has the Venomized Jeff. I know I've done a couple of Venomized Jeffs. Not sure how that happened. Forgot. A little bit of windows on the building. Sure. I don't want to put too much detail in here because of the pizza slice. Too much detail will distract, but I could put some lines like this, like skyscraper lines. Sweet. No, in your madness. Yes, not too much. This is good. Love working with you. So I didn't get one but two. Worth all the moons, right? It's worth the moons. I wouldn't have predicted this coming, I have to be honest. I thought there was a Jeff the Shark on the horizon because of your emails. I didn't think this would be a 5-hour Jeff the Shark show, but that's cool. It's all good. I like being surprised. Okay, let's get out of here. You want to grab your Ramona special? Is it in there? And so I'm curious, is Acid collecting things for you and he's going to send you all of your American purchases all in one package? Is that how that works out? Yes. Very cool. Acid. That's why I put you on today's show, bud. I knew you were the comic fan's best friend. You know I can draw webs all day long. Okay. But alas, I must move on. I thank you so much, Ramona, for your patience with me today. I appreciate it. And thanks to Ange for staying up late in Thailand. And thanks to Acid for being VIPs. And Scarlet Spidey. I saw Scarlet earlier. And I wonder if I cracked 2,100 followers. Let me check. Because next week I'm going to have a poll. Why aren't you following me? I just needed like 18 people to follow me. Let's see what it says. Oh, 2089. Damn it. Oh well. Next week. Sometimes I ship directly to me. I also have stuff for him. Thank you too. Yeah, sure. I imagine you're doing a reciprocal thing, right? Buying cool European comics and graphic novels for him over in Europe, right? It's quite a lovely little comic scene over there. Well, there was 30 years ago when the last time I was in the Netherlands. Here's two happy anime Chiba toys. And here's a more serious, wide-eyed. He's webbing some burritos off camera. It's fun. Well, maybe we'll do a poll next week. You want to do a poll next week? And then we'll just have a contest between these two. We can do that. But they'll definitely be in Cover Madness next year for sure. 2027 Cover Madness. Could you zoom out a bit? Sure. Might be easier to do this. Ooh, how about that? Nice. Cool. Cool. You're welcome. Thanks again. Okay. Time for a short break for dinner and then back to New Zodiacs today. That would be cool. So happy. I'm so glad. I'm mopping my brow. You can't see me off camera, sweating profusely. It's all good. Okay, so I'm going to close up shop. Thanks again. Appreciate your. I appreciate the gig very much, and I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Okay, bye.